Hello. And welcome back to the channel. Mijn naam is Viggy. En ik maak live videos. Mostly of Yiddish. If you find the video, please consider liking, sharing.
And subscribing.
Nou, die kent weer naar channel member. Ik heb hit dat join button. Ze gaat een lange, riesige week. Can. If me gaat anyway, darf ich sagen, absolutely. Positively, 100%ly. Not financial advice. So please be very careful. De market hat wegnehmen alles, was du hast. Ich gehe wie sie die heißt. Ich gehe wie du kannst borgen. So I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. So yeah. Ich stehe mir mit der Hand Tug. Kim du kluren, geh mich azug. Wir haben aufgestanden spät. Haben wir gleich spät. Wir gehen busy nacht. Wir gehen busy. Gold is $4,064. So give him a $200-300 dump. But Sachen darf man rücken, man. Das soll aufgehen, you know what I'm saying? 108. Bitcoin, 108. Zufriedung, ich komme zu 106. Sehr. Man hat es gegeben, Maschik. Bona. So, ich habe noch keine Zeit gehabt, mich acclimaten, du. Aber man juckt sich nicht, of course. The Dow Jones gemacht net na a neue high. 47,124. 47,000. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Mit alle Turmoil, mit alle Sachen. Beyond Meat habe ich nicht gesehen bei 250 gewesen dabei. Und jetzt ist es schon gewesen 750, schon gewesen $9. Ich meine 870, 880. Wow. Ribidibididi. Einer weiß, wegen Business Cards, darf machen Business. Darf nicht. Ich will machen Business Cards. Wir machen Business Cards für den YouTube-Channel. Dididai, lai, 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 lam. Didibitam, didibitam. Boom. Lass mir ihm geben a Freig, mit der Ausbringen der Seig. Mit kennen Sogen am hat gepflegt. Oh, Hunty Wednesday. Darf Hand confirmen, Mr. Mit, wie heißt der für den Schmiss? Alright. Good reminder, Viggy. Good one. Para-ba-ba, para-ba-bam. Weißt du, wenn Computer sind rausgekommen, nicht rausgekommen, alright, dann mach ich suchen den Weg. Wenn die Search-Steppes oder die Will-Steppes von einem Computer, likes es heran. Kommt auf der Load-Button. One of the reasons why es kommt auf der Load-Button ist, because wenn Menschen haben gesearched für etwas, ist sie gewinnt sie schnell, aber Menschen suchen, nein, es ist nicht etwas. So some Ziegel like dass soll buffern, aber nicht. Just imagine. So, wenn die fragst etwas AI, in AI macht sich, wie sie es tracht. Sie darf nicht oben gut nicht. Sie macht sich dann narisch. Sie beruhigen die Nerven, weil psychologically, sind wir ins Fecal. Highly suggestible creatures. Kijk und dort, a flying monkey. Jetzt kijkt dich in den Spiegel und sagt, ja, donkey. Joking. But really not. Alright. Alright. Too much fun. Het rausbringen du upon. Mit dem Scheunen. Mit der rausbringen da Greunen. Maybe a bissl findige Oinen. Ribidibi. Du wohl gewinn a Gitter bei. Achterseiger Candle. Was hab ich gekoit, sucht man neu bei. The US government shut down for its third day. So do a day of X, Twitter, formerly known. Ich do a ganze Debate wegen Menschen, wo sei Snap, EBT cards. Kann ich wieder wegnehmen? Hold on. Alright. Let's get a sneeze. And we are back. In der Mötzerich mit Sam du geschickt. So, ich habe gesehen, dass auch Videos auf formerly known Twitter X. Als Menschen sagen, sie kehren nicht. Sie gehen nach rauswachen. Sie gehen nach rauswachen mit seinem Essen. Und als Side Note betrachtet. So vaak kijk ik zoals wie any other day in Walmart. Piep, 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 piep. Hold on. My news. Good morning, Brooklyn. Good morning. How you doing? Schön dir zu sehen. Hoff alles ist fein, bequem. Haben wir aufgestanden früh, aber ich bin gegangen geschlafen, nicht früh, aber ich aufgestanden, ich habe schon nicht, der Bett hat mich herausgeworfen. Aber ich bin gegangen geschlafen Spätnächten. So, kann ich gehabt, man regular walk, man Routine. Ich bin echt gewesen in Williamsburg. Und es hat zurückgebracht some interessante memories, like interessante feelings, interessante... Some positive and some negative, you know? Go, adi bist du. Geba tanzer an, du am nicht. Auf welche kickt man Hand? Auf welche kickt man Hand? Bitcoin 108. Ba-da-da. So we'll gewähnt, nicht financial advice, of course. 75,000. We'll gewähnt ranzulegen a order bei Bitcoin. A 75,000 order, warten. Sitz bei 75, you never know. Menschen suchen, als geht ein lower. Hat mir gut dort nach größten Power. Und er gesagt, ich wollte gekannt werden kaufen, und jetzt ist er sauer. Jetzt nützen du gleich a leaf blower. Tina mina mana pau. Mana mana down down. What's that, Brooklyn? Welche abbreviation is Jens? Ich finde, du kann man sagen, sometimes, als man ist älter. Weil einer sucht etwas an Worten, like, wo ist der Jargon, ne? President Trump is seeking $230 million compensation from the Department of Justice for past cases. And I got mosquitoes. He's gonna get that as well. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Och man har rått bättre än igenom. I'm a guy with that. The Schmilly Landos one. Hold on. Som är så nära. Man kan inte köra med mitt party. Ellie Joel. Good morning. The guy in Voil. How you doing? Pa-pa-da-pa-da. Nine, hold on. I'm going to say summer 2025. Jeden in der Früh darf man treffen, der richtige Malusik, as they say, you know? You gotta find the right tempo. Essen dort ein Israeli Krembo. Hey, you said, if you so zoo. Toy khoy ro tsifa go benoy se nishlo boy 902. It could be a zoo. How are you, Eli? How's your morning? Go verder aanchecken. Ik heb een message van een man. Kan je zoeken hello van mij? Ik ben in the background. You know, vielleicht check ich an. Vielleicht verstehe nicht. Wo soll ich von daran checken? Ich weiß doch, bist du. So, like a timer here, 10 minutes. In is Hunter Schuldisch or something. Push it gesehen auf Asteris. In der Psachil. Ob wir uns in der Half und hab es jetzt gesehen, du. So, gestellt sein. Nice. In America. Nice, Ellie. I'm glad to hear. In America. So darf man jetzt uns in der Schottish music. Hold on. Boom. Switched. Sorry, I've said to traction, Jenna. I apologize. For absolutely no one. So ja, bin echt in Wilhelmsburg. Bei ihm gewagt. Bedford, Lee, ich weiß. Bei Spencer dort in jener Gegend. Sie do some scheine Haser. Some scheine Dieres, nicht Haser. In Ochet ist different von wie ich komme. Wie ich komme mit du 5, 6 Menschen. Dort du hinderte Menschen. Das it was odd. In a sach positive and a sach negative, you know? Mekimi, mayo fardo. Don't be dull. Yo fardo, my ash boys. Yuri, me oin. Mekimi, mayo fardo. So the government and halt shutdown. Nancy Pelosi sagt nicht kein Problem. Sie geht zurück in Insider Trading, so sie ist gut. Ihr kleiner measly Paycheck von $200,000 a Jahr helft ihr anyways nicht. Die verkauft noch ein paar Ice Cream, sagt sie. If things get hard for her, she's gonna sell a few ice creams. Mekimi, mayo fardo. Mayo fardo. Ihr chocolate, ihr mit beiden haben chocolate chip ice cream. Aren't you happy in Weismer, Biden's favorite ice cream? Mekimi, mayo fardo. Be Mitzrayim, Beis Yankor, meyam loyes. Hoy su yehidu, la kotchoy, su mam shaloyeso. Nope. Vayu nois, yadan tisoy liyobochoy. Urim, ragdi chelim. Welche heute ist es Hand? Aber dann sich keine Sabans gegessen. Tischler? Nein. Cheshben? Don't know. Chayalin, Kevu Akiv Neitzoy. Malechu Ayoim Kisuni. Wo gehen wir reingecheckt? Yankee T. Good morning. I get in Chodesh. How you do? Cheshu? Chili Yoretz. Nay. Elokai Yaakov. Ha-ha-chiyim. Agamo Oyel. How are you, Yankee? How is the prep? How are things following along? Misssuite. Eine von den Sachen, was ich habe observed, Nächten in Wilhelmsburg, ist, als wie scheiße ist, I'll never fit in there. I'll never fit in mit jener style. And there's a certain uniqueness there. Good, busy, nice. Vergesst nicht, Shanky, sie nehmen deep breath in der Mitte für busy, you know? Vergesst nicht, dass irgendwie in der Prozess, dass du auch tun, my good time. You know what I'm saying? Maar als Yeshiva vielleicht sagen, wenn Rat Yeshiva mit Bucherem, mit Gordon Chassanem, Babys, vielleicht sagen, es sei geht, aber so wissen, bis nicht gehen der Eins, dann Tate gewinnt nach Hause, dann Baba, dann sei die geworden nach Hause. Meaning to say, they don't stress too much. But we understand the stress. I mean, I feel good being busy. It makes sense, yeah. Well, the brain sucht that you're doing the right thing, you know. Chemicals get released in the brain. You're doing, you know, accomplishment, yep. Tate, Gigabeam. Kin le yoyelam chazdo yedi Lashem ki yitova ki le yoyelam chazdo yedi Lashem ki yitov le yoyelam chazdo ki Lashem Kile yoyelam. De be aan niet wat nechten geween. What a buy. Kile yoyelam le yoyelam chazdoy. Kitov kile yoyelam. Free floating share 24 million, closed held share 66 million. Okay, 24 million. Above over budget. That's okay. Noch eine Sache, was ich gesehen habe in Wilhelmsburg. Sie do Chassanas mit Sachen. So, ich gesehen, ich habe Wochen mit Stramlich in Bekitches. Ich gesehen, ein Mann wocht mit der Strammelbox. Vielleicht kommt von derselben Community. I can't get used to wie groß die Boxen sind, wie groß der Strammel ist. For a second there, I was like, die schämst dich nicht erfüllen? Like, I would be embarrassed to walk around. To be quite honest. But das ist mich. Das ist nach der Hand nicht gedauert. No. You'll make time for that too as well, Yankee. Amai tzar kurusika Ononi b'ameharo Und ich hab nicht gedacht, wenn Meilig kommt. Bidi 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 bip bip bip. Einer hat etwas Musik zu spielen noch dem. Dann sind wir open for requests. Yin Hashem Oisuchoyin Yin Hashem Roimeimu Yin Hashem Trump's and Putin summit is cancelled. Ukraine strikes escalates. So yeah, the Russian-Ukraine war is going on. The oil is dort fuhren Menschen wie am Mietgrinder, das. Tzadikim yavoyivon CG, good morning CG, how you doing? Wieso bist du? Shara tzedek, ma ma ma, bara 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 bara. Tzadikim yavoyivon, tzadikim yavoyivon, b'chili shara tzedek, u'vavoydeko ze ashar l'Hashem, tzadikim yavoyivon. Ashiyuno, Ono Hashem Maslichuno, Ono Hashem Ashiyuno, Ono Hashem Maslichuno. Effen of the Tifamir, Effen of the Tifamir, Effen of the Tifamir, Effen of the Tifamir. Effen of the Tifamir, Effen of the Tifamir, Effen of the Tifamir. Ba 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 ba. Just imagine wie so der Nigen geschehen. Effen of the Tifamir. Das ist Stam gewesen in der Studio. Effen of the Tifamir. You can interpret in whichever way you really want. Effen of the Tifamir. Effen of the Tifamir. Not bad. Yankee, der nächste Nigen für dir. Oi wei. Tididoi. Se wird spät. Gut spät. Kann nicht gedauert. Kann nicht gedauert. Se wird spät. Gut spät. Kann nicht gedauert. Kann nicht gedauert. Se wird spät. Gut spät. Ich hoffe, no, da kracht. Van die no, da kracht. Daarmee. Maar kracht. No, van die. Maar kracht. No, van die. Neiben manai. Will an to neiben manai. Ich will huben a Schier oder zwei. And Uber maybe was found in Monty with a note in Yiddish. What? Sie heißt Malke, sie sei Jid. Die Eltern haben probiert, aber nicht gehabt, keine Möglichkeit dazu. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, according as oh, man. Welche Mine die sponsors get man for them? This is not side by side. Wow, that's not good. Mit helfen, side by side. Okay, at least I'm just getting with the Frau getting in Lakewood. Or the Thames River. Then I heard it's only for advertising. Cruel. Spite. That's cruel. Zit zijn zo wie de wolf. Ze doen een beer, ze doen een wolf. Nog een hit met de geshows, maar ze doen een wolf. Also desensitized men mensen. In Davenen will er draaien. Will aan toen neiben manai. Will aan toen neiben manai. For organization. Ik vind de marketing zaad, is pretty clever, but come on, peoples. Helfen side by side. That's not cool. Helfen side by side. That's terrible. Side by side. Da-da-da, die best mit helfen. I don't like these gimmicks. Against it. Hop van die no wakker. Ich hab a Kraft, no dir. Ich hab a Kraft, no für dir. I think that's terrible. I think that is terrible. Hold on. Sind wir schon echt weg von all, aber ich kann nicht von zweiter Musik. Oh, not music. Hold on. Sam Bam Wham. Hello and welcome. Either way, it's unacceptable. What is unacceptable? Machen sich meine campaigns? I think it's devastating. Sam, wo suchst du? Desensitized? I didn't know that. We didn't have a breaking key. Ich nehme uns Sam, aber du suchst, dass du sagst gegen. Du bist nicht, you're not for it, which I agree. Oh, this is. Ah, ja. Weil wenn einer macht der Campaign, tracht von der Campaign und tracht von seiner Campaign. Nou, dat weg af van de music. Dat zit gaan de alte music. Einer hat etwas gitte music. Dovet, wie bist du? Dovet schickt habe ich an. I don't know, it feels terrible this. Beep boom ba boom beep 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 boop 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 beep 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 beep. I don't know. Now I'm all like pissed off. Man macht das echt Sachen. Because I evoked emotions and nog een lastig met engen über de Wasser, dat die das samenstellen wil. Negative. I think it's a must be. They take care of kids and help parents hard situations. So you play around with other people's emotions like that? Terrible. Terrible. I don't know. I'm against it. What about you? Wrestler. Pussy wrestler. Ik denk Snoop Dogg had gemaakt een video als is done smoking. Breaking news, is done smoking. Nog een is ze nog een is rausgekommen sagen als genommen een break van smoking in zijn family moet hem geven time, you know, privacy. Nog dem is rausgekommen een ad voor a smokeless fire or whatever like a. I was like, you know what? Als einmal genutzt die Karte ist over, bist da rausgefallen. Nächstes Mal einer kommt mir sagen, haben wir getroffen, ein Baby in Muncie. Er fragt, nee, man geht zusammenstellen Geld. Bei der Organisation. Man spielt sich mit Emotions. Just hier reisen noch ein paar Dollar. More money. Wie viel man kann. It's all about the green dollar. So, gewinnt schöner, wenn sie sagen, ja, es ist für das Geld. Aber jeder eine treibt sie, no, es ist nicht about the money, es ist about this, es ist about the ends. Mich anzureden, als es nicht wegen der Geld. Come on. Be open about it. Be freaking open about it. A baby was found on the train. I don't care anymore. Don't care. Treffen 2-3 Babys am Tag auf dem Train. Tzadim Yadikim. It doesn't bring out anything. It doesn't bring out, because wenn die likest das ad, wenn die likest das Kind, mo getroffen a Kind im Monsi, meaning auf dem Gas mit der Not, raised es, also du andere Issues. Sie bringt heraus Issues. Aber man spielt sich also herin damit, und wo es gerade geschehen, wenn es Attacke geschehen. What are they gonna say then? I think it's a good idea to turn off the black glasses because everything looks black for you. Ich habe gemacht eine Ad, habe getroffen mein Kind mit der Paper. Ja. Man joked at him mit der Band. Is that the way? Esther. All the way in the Schwester. In Canada. Hello and welcome. Good morning. How you doing? You probably hate us, man. You probably hate this man. He's quite insane, but an extraordinary rap artist with Jewish faith that runs deep. Matisyahu, king without a crown, resonates. Wieso heißt der Niggen? CG, obviously the Mensch was hat das gemacht, right? Der was gemacht, der hat auch getracht seine gute Idee, Maspik hat auch getracht seine gute Idee. But jetzt, kijk ich es von den Drosten, ich kijk heran, ich suche es nicht keine gute Idee. Because man spielt sich herin damit. Because people do struggle. What if this is a real issue? Man macht light of the situation. It brings out that when a parent feels inside that they will do this, but they don't because they're normal people. If people want to do it, they're not normal. Meaning, in Oibane tit es nicht, weil hat pressure von den Drossen. In a sense, okay, but they're sick. And they should go for help. So ich mache kein Ad, zusammenstellen Geld. Those are the comments. Because Menschen haben gesagt, rig the comments do, rig the comments dort. And so I was like, you know, all right, comments on. There you go, comments on the screen. Simcha mitzvah gdola להיות בשמחה להיות בשמחה ריבי דיבי 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 Joe S. Guten Morgen. How you doing? If you're asked to fundraise, I don't know. Ich bin nicht kein Fundraiser. I don't know. Und ich verstehe es. I get it. High Lifeline lijkt ook het a weinendige kind. Ja? Hamaspik, ich mein, High Lifeline lijkt ook het a weinendige kind, wo es ist im Bett. Sie evoken emotions, ja? But ich bin nicht ein Fan von sich spielen mit humans' emotions. Am I wrong for that? I don't know. Gedoylo le yoy besim khumitzu gedoylo le yoy besim kha pa pa pa. In usually wenn man fängt tun geil mit emotions, hat jeder eine Train auszubieten dem zweiten. Se du a Riesen, was man der Zahl der Masse wegen, se du a Wolf, right? CG, schicke sie viggivibes@gmail.com, please. Hello, hoyle goyle shalom. Amelo basade. Le doidi li, ani le doidi li, le doidi li. So yeah, so there's a reason for was man sucht mit der Zahl der Masse von einer Wolf. Because die spielst doch mit humans. Die schreist einmal du auf Wolf, der Oilem kommt mit der Ehrenskeit, der Oilem kommt zu laufen. Wo es meistens geschehen der zweite Mal, weniger Menschen, den dritten Menschen. Ja, der erste Campaign, man macht eine Sache, man getroffen ein Baby, man macht eine ganze Sache, wo man wird entwogt und oh, begeht. Wo es meistens geschehen in einer Jahr von jetzt, man sucht der ganze Schoolbus, hat sich übergedreht und 15 Kinder sind gestorben. Oh nein, man geht noch zusammen für Tires, für die Mäuse. Verstehe nicht, Janky, wie du sagst. Ich kann dir sagen, wie ich habe es gefühlt. Wie Janky hat es gesagt. Man getroffen ein Baby mit einer Not. Man geworden invested drin. Und dann sagt, man darf just mein Geld. Ruhe gebrochen. Have you not heard from Matasiao? Yes, I did. Yes, then some get from Matasiao. But which song are you talking about specifically? Tell me the name of the song. Or email me the link and I'll hear it. Basade, basade, mele, basade, basade. Infuren Adam til der Shashuna Infuren Adam til der Shashuna Bamre mit alle Ashpues Alle miroben Aziz Seyor Alle miroben Afrayelige Yor Aziz Seyor Keser Melicho So, ich kann nur reden für mich, wieso die Emotions ist rausgekommen. Sie können sagen, als the Marketing ist nicht gerne so harsh, wieso es hat ausgefühlt du auf der Chat. So, I'm just saying. Ribidi-bidi-bidi. Sure. Ich will auflegen der Lingo. This is, thank you Hashem. Da hat man gesagt, there you go, hold on. Hag like the link to the link. No, ja, hag right oh. Ma virin estro, ja, hag right oh. Ba 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 da ba da. Bidi 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 bidi. Ba di da da ba. So I'm just saying, man spielt sich mit Emotions von Humans. Und dann wundert man sich. Hat heute mir kalt. Ba ba da ba.
Verbringen Vibes.
Bringen Vibes.
Verbringen Vibes. Verbringen Style. Verbringen Style.
Lugadni. Yeah. Yum. Fishy, yum. Asus, Paroy. Fishy, yum. Bringing, and you can make anything drink. Clink.
And you can also make him sing.
Sing.
Fishy,
Yum. The weather is playing with me. Jetzt halt man bei der Zeit, wie es heiß und kalt und heiß und Regen. Man geht auch eine Transition. The weather is transitioning. So much transitioning weather. Parrot pulling up with a ferret. Yeah, make him drink. Drink. Clink. Ja. Yankee, sie geht noch so an Zeiten wie sie geht an kalt. Geht sich ansetzen in den Kar und sie geht an 140 degrees in der Kar. So. Yum. $85. Not for me. Yum, yum, yum.
So holy, so pure, so precious, neshamas of Yidden. Neshamas of Yidden. Oh, Yidden. So holy, so pure, so precious, neshamas of Yidden. Neshamas of Yidden.
Pa, 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 da, da, da. Yankee mag zeggen dat je best bundled up. Feels feeling good. You know what I'm saying? That vitamin C. Bist dunkel und gesinnt. Jeder. One of the jeder. One of the jeder. Ba 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 ba. Makala is vitamin. Get Yankee, good one. But then vitamin C and vitamin D, you know. Brooklyn, if there's a question mark, so you know the answer. Ay, 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 אבא תחזק אותי לגמרי, תדליק לי את הנשמה. תחדש אותי, אוקיי. את הנשמה. אותי לגמרי, תדליק לי את הנשמה. אותי לגמרי, תדליק לי את הנשמה. We'll see. We will see. Wenn ich sage, größer social butterfly, you know what I mean? In Ogen, ich will nicht kosten. Wer ist Wo ist du? With a camera crew? Nein. Penny G. Hi, B. Good morning. How are you? Brooklyn, die guys going to Hasana? Question mark? Burp. Did it la la lie. Lie, lie, la, da, lie, 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 la, da, lie, lie, la, da, la, la, lie. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-bee, da-ba-da-ba, ba-da-bee, ba-da-ba, ba-da-bee, da-bee, ba-da-ba, ba-da-boom. Hij gaat nog gooien de spinnie. Not a major. No, even though I know a few people. See? Verbringen hardcore. They need rings a bell somewhere. I mean in car, but I know it from somewhere. They part. Skik to a racing car game, to be honest. MC ETS. Good. Morgan. Get me Yiddish. Zoek maar. How you doing? Me with me. With me. For me. Joy Dilly. Be with me. I'm doing alright-ish. I'm doing okay-ish. Hanging in. Starter. Nicht weiter. Ik wil ook zeggen deze. Van Zamvel. Staat hou.
Kashem Eloi kayini Hamagebilu shuvem Hamashpili lirois Nuyamashpili lirois Hamashpili lirois.
How are you, MC? ETS.
Hamashpili lirois Ay bashu mayim ivuras Mekimi mayu fareda Oive Oive Noi mekimi mayu fareda Oive Oive Mayash pois Mayash pois Yori Mavioi Ailioi Shivi Im Nedivim Im Nedivavayamoy Moy Shivakir Sabayis
Boom.
Moy Shivakir Sabayis My mabunim se my
Don't worry, Penny. Didn't offend.
Mayim kuivudes ay ay mig shemerikaini amabilu shuve
Oozing ticket. Bashamayim. Kimi mayo fardo. Kimi mayo fardo. Maybe Kimi mayo fardo. We my yash boys yuri mafyoy we le hoy shivi imedi vaya Trying, weiß ja, komm mal am Loyas. Hoy su yehidu, la 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 kochoy. Is the one mam shelo yeso. Vayonos, yarda nizon yovohoy. Udin, nogni khayrin genos. Bara. Yossi, bravo. Good morning. I get the Yiddish, Erev is Yiddish. Oh, that is Yiddish. Bailo kaini vachshu moyim, koila shechuvaz bachom. Koila shechuvaz basom. Bailo kaini vachshu moyim.
Koila shechuvaz basom.
Lamu. Ay, How are you, Yossi? Shumayin. Dee-dee-da-da-da-da. Toby the dove. Good morning. How are you? It is beautiful. I sing beautiful, his voice. Oh, that was nice. Hold on. How do we got the transition? Nice. Toby the Dove, how you doing? I'm good. Eating healthy makes me feel better. Yes, Yossi. Cleaner the fuel. The cup darf get the fuel. Wenn man es geht dann get the fuel. Good for you. Einer von den Wegen, wie man kann sagen, was Junkfood ist nicht gut für dich. Wie sagt man, crave das? Nice, Toby. I'm glad. As a Sunday, it's a rare thing over there in England, huh? Wenn einer sagt mir, kiss mich wie der Sinn schand ist, bin ich England? Yeah. Repetipitos. Brooklyn. Hashem, ki Mag gegangen wir 2 Crowns? Toby, good one. Are you wearing it like sheaf as well? Like drinking your tea? Be like, who got the crown now, huh? Who got the crown now? I do, huh? So gonna be 7 Minuten, die ganze Rabri. Toby, Brooklyn is saying, just put it back when you're done, you know? Just a little bit for me. But I got my ass. Yes. Toby, I didn't know you had such great humor. Yeah. No, not for the money, definitely not. But 7 minutes. Wow. Is he gewesen Napoleons? Wow. We can compromise, huh? See, so wie Nancy Pelosi. Cut it in half. Wow, what a beautiful one von Sambo. This is my all-time favorite. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. La, 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 la. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo. Shantu, bubu shantu, tfilas amechu, asher yehege lefuneyechu, al chirba vayseyechu, ya Yad Mubusayu Shamtu Shamtu Tfiyilas Hamechu Asher Yeheh Lefuneyechu Al Chirbai Baiseyechu Yad Mubusayu Yad Muvusay Estoy Maimalechi Vapamayim Yad Muvusay Chayles Yirigi Yishuloyim Yad Muvusay Yad Muvusay Loi Serachai Yad Musay, Yad Musay, Yad Musay. Estoy my malchid bapamayim Yad Musay. B'chames yirishu lahu abayim Yad Musay, Yad Musay, Yad Musay. Yirara. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, la da da, la la, la da da. Little betoin, little toin at umid. Lamechu. Das ist Ruai Lamechu. Little betoin, little toin at umid.
Avoid das ist Ruai Lamechu.
Zeno, aina yini, aina yini, aina yini. Vishiva kulati yoin, oi verachamim. Vishiva kulati yoin, oi yoin, oi verachamim.
Bishir khulati
Oi verachamim. Wow, Toby. By the way, I think French doesn't look the same way as it used to be. But what do I know? Shivchulati oinai berachamim. Shivchulati yoin taten yulati oinai berachamim.
Bishir khulati
Berachamim. Meine Schmiede alive. No. We are special. Toby, we are special with the human. Yiddish, Allah, Yiddish, Allah, Baba, Baba,
Muy boy, khimas bidalaye. Muy boy, khimas bidalaye. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Na. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Ahoy, la 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 la, ya la la. That's
yom shoy vaymo v'koy loy nishma v'soyfu avoyatlo v'yatzo avoyatlo
Shumati pas kol shemen ha'emes kayoim ve'yom meides Oy, 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 babudim Shama v'nisayim echrafti es baisi V'surafti es achuri V'glisu V'bayloidim
438. Wow, that's slow.
Oy, 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 oy,
Crazy, Penny.
Surafti es achuri V'glisi V'bayloidim
Tiri-ra-ra-ram. Oy, 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 la-la-di-ra-ram. Oy, 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 oy. Der Heilige, der Meier, Tamur, gesund. Willi boy moy shelo elom shelo elom. Yeah, Penny. Mine as well. Hallo, es geht's. Hallo und welcome. Geht mal. Diesen Kretschme darf man noch hatrin. Aber die größten Gules ist nicht gut nicht gering. Oy boy noy sheloy la vavam sheloy la Krishna Rahman. How are you all as kids? How's it going? Ja, hab gesehen. Sheloy la Tzion, Tzion. Thank you, all the kids, for you as well. Kiryas melech rab oz na'aleh. Tzion, oy, Tzion, T'maleh me'yamelech. MCTS. What makes it so glorious? Huh? The play button, the pause button, all the buttons. It looks like our iPhone. Trach geht der Zahn geht. At least, als nicht geht, at least, dass der Getrag geht, you know what I mean? Bidi 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 da da di da. Bidi do, bidi da da di da. Yabba di bidi 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 di di. Yerushalayim tishkach yemini im lo yale im yeshaloyim v'balaroy seyim chavasi Kini dayne Yerushalayim Basically, alles geht so für MCTS. Don't shit on my parade, miss. Aladoi, Sheyim Chobasi. Wir beten, will dich schenken. Shulayim, Kroi. Deswegen, will ich ein Big fragen. Oy 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 misssuite im loyer bezioi Gedenken will dich schenken Man Kreuz Misssuite was bezioi Ja Met de cover nog de behills. Nice. This is a very nice one from Zamvel. Brooklyn had deze geschickt. Oh, nice. A Yiddish voice 7 days ago. Let's go. Skoyach Brooklyn. Toby, to get with the new age. To get with the new age. השביר לסיסים, כואב לי, כבר כמה ימים, מי מקשיב לי, מי,
ללב לא נותרו כבר מילים,
טוב לי, שבור לסיסים, כואב לי, כבר כמה ימים,
מי מקשיב לי, מי, ללב לא נותרו כבר מילים,
אז תספר לו מה שכואב לך, תדבר איתו.
תספר לו מה
שכואב לך, תדבר איתו.
כי הוא מקשיב לך,
Yep, alles geht's, I agree.
תסמוך עליו, הוא מכיר אותך, רק תדבר איתו.
Toby, wusste ich schon? Schraube sie? Geh mal ran, Klude. Also, man kriegt der ganze Rand, du wegen dem. Nein, es ist ein Ad. תקשיב לך, ולך איתו. Oh, Toby, I just saw your email. I mean, or whoever sent Matasiao. Was it Toby or Esther? Berito, תספר, la 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 la. The baby is actually giving a ad. He giving a ad for Hamaspik. שבור לסיסים, כואב לי, כבר כמה ימים. People claim Hamaspik has enough money. Man collect nicht Geld, weil man hat nicht kein Geld. Man collect Geld, als ob Gas für Schulen in 2 Jahren im Gang sind nicht haben kein Geld, dann ist es normal, man bet Geld. Weil als du 5 Jahre Geld und mit der 6 Jahren nicht kein Geld, geht man kicken auf den CEO. Wo ist das getan? Verämpft dich. Aber du bet mir jede Jahr so, sofort. לא מה שכואב לך, לדבר איתו.
תספר לו מה שכואב לך, לדבר איתו. כי הוא מקשיב
Wie sucht man da Nummern?
תלך איתו, יעזור לך, תסמוך עליו, הוא מכיר אותך.
Die jetzt? Da jetzt? Weiß nicht, wie sie benannt da Nummern, but welcome. שכואב לך. Ah, exactly, alles geht. Exactly, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Matthew, good morning. Hello and welcome, Matthew Farrell. Hello. תסמוך עליו הוא מכיר אותך. That's what I was saying. Alles gets too crazy. It was a bit. Again, ich habe nicht gesehen the ad. Yankee Teamers hat es dort aufgebracht. And I was like, what are they doing?
ילדי הבט לי בעיניים ותראה לך מה האושר בחיי אתה גורם ואם חשבתי
The heart no longer gives words. Oy.
בחיים כלום לא דומה לאורך הנעים
Sag mal, darf man just sitzen in fetal position and weinen, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Just.
לחיוך שלך, לחיבוק ממך, כל העולם שלי שייך לך.
Is Avram Fried? Ja, Avram Fried. In Amar Adam, der Negen.
אשמור דרכך ותמיד שתדע
שאבא אוהב מאוד
When this baby is in Shidichem, I hope nobody remembers the
תמיד
story.
אתן את הכל בשבילך, גם בשמחה.
I don't think there is a baby involved.
תמיד אהיה
Meaning, yeah, I figured.
צדך.
הלב לא נותן כבר מילים. הלב לא נותן, the heart get nicht כבר מילים. No longer gives words.
ילדי הבט להקפיד אל תפחד וקח את ברכת
Sometimes the feeling is beyond words, yes.
השם ישמור
Wörter können das Sachmul wegmachen oder denigraten feelings. But man darf auch gedenken, our feelings could be wrong, even when they feel so right. Gefühlt, and you can be wrong. That's something to remember, because feelings can't really go off feelings. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of cases. Es ist eine von der Zeigers, was man hat, but
תדע שאבא
Ricky brought out a side of Friday we don't usually see in house, loose and up, not uptight. Yes, I would say so. Wegen dem sucht man Society mit den Menschen, wo die dreistig mit. They bring out the good or the bad from you. YG. Hello and welcome. How you doing? Oh, we gaan nog gezoekt. Hello. Zoeken we dit.
תדע שאבא
Zo gaat het met rijdstig erin met een was had dezelfde background, dezelfde idea. You know, dezelfde.
ולפני שתוציא משפט שתפנה
Ah, man.
מבט אני אומר בוא נשב נדבר מעט כי אני אח שלך שונה אבל אח שלך
Doet me gezellig man.
ולפני
Kent hem de ganze
שנגיע
move.
לקצה בוא ונתרצה מה לא
Dat is geschreven.
עברנו יחד במחנה אני העם שלך
Bin nie einordnen. But of the fence of him, like, I don't know why. I don't know. Meiner Sache bin ich fair zu ihm. Ich meine, ich gebe mir so ein Mach-up in meinem Kopf, als nicht geht, und dort hat sich geändert. I need to give him a real chance. Ich arbeite auf mir. Actively arbeite auf mir. Because ich gebe mir so ein Siegel up.
עוד יוצא לרחובות, לחפש סיבות, לזרוק את המלחמות, לקרב הלבבות. ויש בי הרצון לשכוח כל הנסיבות, להאמין בך ובאמת הזאת, אז בוא נלמד לחיות, מתי כבר אלמד לחיות.
Oh, thank you, alles Gits.
ומבקש להשכין שלום,
Thank you.
כי אנחנו אחים.
LW. Good morning, LW. We got a new guy, LW. Think the in the chats, but welcome. Felt like we're watching a therapy session? Yeah, I guess so. We could see the moment Ricky's the moment her mother friend, she changed completely confident, went down to 0. Yeah, the reason for was hat so gefühlt is because der letzte Musik hat getroffen, hat basiert. Remember? So hat sie gesagt, ungeschrieben. What's the hat? They hat? They said, aber kommen von MCETS. They hat. Aber kommen noch, but I really like this one, so it made it onto the wall. So thank you, MCETS. Alles geht sich. Ich kann nehmen die Israeli Flag. 2 Wegen. Ich kann sagen, ich bin ein Satmer. Mit der gegen die Medina. Oder kann ich das sagen, als ich bin Amerikaner. Proud to be an American. Oh, I'm sorry, LW. I apologize. Because it's so odd. LW. I'm sorry. Welcome. I guess the Kimster on just enough, man. To get that papa raus from my memory, you know? To get to that boop. Wer dus LW? But nothing personal, LW, yeah? The Paris story is crazy, yeah. Ich habe gesehen, dass genommen 7 Minuten, die ganze Robbery. But just imagine, irgendwie liegt der Crown jetzt. Irgendwie liegt es. And they have to celebrate. Woo, we did it. We stole the crown. They said it's not possible. We did the impossible. No, es ist nicht kein Geld, alles geht. Du kannst nicht verkaufen das. Und ob du hast Connections mit der Underworld, as they say, hast du schon Geld. Collab with Friday, Viggy? I mean, again, what's to do? I hear you, I don't know. And nobody said you kick him. Yeah. Se mi stammen ergens a billionaires vault oder auf a Schiff. Auf a yacht, you know, ergens wie anchored. Mit armed guards. Yes, I've been watching movies. Heist movies, you know. Ich kann nicht echt verkaufen, die Diamonds. The diamonds and enough. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't be saying that because I don't know. אבא תמיד איתי, אבא אוהב אותי המולטי טפס פייל, הסגאית יותר אשראי מנתת איזאי ביגדו הרשי אייזנבך? מי זה? Again. The diamond would have been cut out, but demels verliert es der ganze Wert. I don't think they stole it for money, right? I don't think they stole it for money.
והתהלך בארץ, התהלך בארץ
הקדושה.
קום והתהלך
הארץ הקדושה.
בארץ אשר הרקע. קום, קום, קום והתהלך בארץ, התהלך בארץ הקדושה. קום והתהלך בארץ הקדושה, בארץ אשר הרקע.
I hear you, MCTS. I hear you. צבעינו ונגבה כאשר הרקע. Wusstest du zu wissen von Viggy? Das ist der regular dude. You know, went through the system. Got my share of abuse. Ob einer du gewatcht the movie Gone in 60 Seconds. Bei seinem letzten Car sucht I am tired, wired. Aretz HaKdosha. Oh, thank you, all those gifts. I'm just gonna take that because even if it's not true, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. Ya mama, 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 tefayna venegwa. Nagekema, yama yama yama, tefayna venegwa. You live on Zenta in the back of the day? No. Bin ich kein Zenta guy. Totally interesting and important. Du gewinn a critical moment, du. They trade. Okay, ich bin rausgelegt von der handigen Tag. Done. Hand ist a red day. A roten Tag ist hand gewinn. Yes, man rausgelegt. Manana is another day. Terrible. Trading is not easy, I tell you. We live on Zenterweg. Nou, ik ga gewoond op Akers Road. Je weet wie de hele Tshishim die gewint? Toby, people want to hear your story. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to jump on? Toby. We doing it? Alles geht, hat schon a co-host. Hat schon a co-host. I don't know, and why would I want to be a co-host? You know what I mean? Hat seine Sache, ich hab meine Sache. Hold on. Donnerstag might be a no live day because I have a gig. Sign the free as of now inside by Nacht. I'm not 100% sure who's when we, but the co-host. It will be shocking. Toby, but we got you. We got you. Don't worry. So yeah. LW, du bist... Zoek me nicht, als ich schon gefragt. LW, du bist von... Bist von Insere? Ugh. Als ich zoek das heraus. Fühlt das graulich. Als ich darf es einfach so. Was meint Insere? I guess, ja, weil die weiß, wie jeder die gewinnt. Paraba, parabira, pa, pa, pa. Nice. Welcome, welcome. Maar jeder is welcome, technically. That's what I was saying. Inzere, aber gemeint meer als wie a Kirisjoiler, a mandrower. A Woodbury common shopper. I'll gaan see Walmart gaan nooit biken. You know what I mean? Joey. Hello and welcome. Can you review the Struggle podcast? I review it doing dort. Du hast a specific one, wo du willst? Alles geht push-up shot number 30. Was macht das geht? You're the first here. Nice. A secret subscriber. A code for get out, friende. No, just the opposite. Welcome for the mensch was is a Insere. Before door a car extent. Summer Shaluni. How you doing? Was macht das geht, alles geht. Struggle Podcast got 12K. MCTS is on fire, hand. MCTS is on fire. Oh, die meisten of the stream fin. I see what you're saying. The Struggle Podcast, lass mal das sehen. Ich meine, als darf changen sein setup. I think that's what it is. It's a setup. That's why he's not getting, wie heißt es? Views. Of course, bekommt 14,000. Live with a sex addict. Broke me. Okay. Business behind closed doors. Okay, Ken, this is on break. Aber das ist ein besseres Setup. Like the Es ist so wie a late show in wie heißt das? No, vergessen die Nummer. Wer ging a late show? Back in the day. Jimmy Carr? Oh, but not Jimmy Carr. Whatever his name is. Push that have changed their setup. Hab ich nicht gesehen. It was the first podcast that he let a guest talk. I guess they must have 14,000 views, huh? Also could be he's getting better. He's getting better. David Letterman. Other David Letterman, yeah. Ich meine, I feel like, you know. What's with Polish dogs? I don't know. Es ist schwer zu machen, die Sachen. Did he stop? I don't think so. Es ist nicht gering zu tun, die Sachen. Es macht sich nicht. Menschen meinen, es macht sich. What year did you grow up in, KJ? Every kiss begins with my rabbi. Das ist genau kein Joke. Aber einer hat verstanden. Ich habe gemacht, Apple, aber ich will watchen, jetzt reviewen. Ja, Joe. Jetzt haben wir geredet davon. In supposedly ist es eine Maspig-Sache. Einer hat geschrieben, du auf a Chat, als sie kennen sagen, aber nur an ihm gedreht der Masse. Als er echt gewesen als ein Baby. No, they didn't wanna verschämen or something. Which that is the, you know.
יש כאן אחד יחיד ומיוחד, תמיד שומע, כל כך אוהב, מכל הלב.
אפילו במקום אשר יש בעולם החיים. Dat machen noch a poll. After the poll, push it shut. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a poll. So I got other push it shut. Enela. Shemelech. Melech haolam. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Okay, gemacht a poll. Push it, pshat, oder struggle. Come on, have the votes for 2 minutes. Ich will sagen, alles geht. Victor is only my mother calls me like that. But thank you, LW, van Zanda, first. I appreciate you. Ich höre van Zana. Wie sieht man das? A silent viewer. Okay, struggle or push-up shot? I guess struggle would be this one. Life with a sex addict. Broke me. Talk about other push-up shot. Episode 30 is okay. Other episode 30. Hold on. What a failed event taught me. So, sie kijkt als die push-up shot struggle gewinnt. I'm sorry. Alles gut. The one which loses wins. Alles good. Stop it. So other days, other Jens, I'll give it another 2-3 minutes. בעולם הוא קיים. אפילו במקום שיש שנחלק כולם.
כי אין מקום פנוי ממנו ואין שום דבר שנעלם כל כך מושלם ממלך
You're witching Halloween. Summer witches all year round. So I guess the Struggle podcast is winning. Sorry, push it. I mean, alles goed. De oilem had gered. De oilem had gered.
הלוואי תמיד שטוב יהיה איך שדלת פתוחה בתוך הלב תתגלה הלוואי תמיד
This is Shmuley Klein. Very Shmuley Klein.
העולם נשאר הלוואי נביט תמיד בטוב נדע גם איך לאהוב נדע גם איך לדבר
When she's angry. No.
הלוואי שאם נלך נחזור לא נשאיר מאחור ותמיד שוב נזכור הלוואי 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 ויעבור הלוואי 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 ויעבור
Guys, I'm Tzirik and I'm in it. We're going to have a Riga break. When we come Tzirik, I'll decide which one to, whatever the votes are going to be, wie heißt das? Gaan we naar Riga, a stretch break. En wacht, ze staat schon 45 minutes en kijkt ons wie struggle gaat gewinnen. I'll be back in a minute.
הלוואי לא לאבד את השמחה את כל מה שבאיתה עם כל הכוח שלה הלוואי לא לפחד להרגיש הכי שלם בעולם ולא כמו שר נעלם הלוואי נביט תמיד בטוב נדע גם איך לאהוב נדע גם איך לדבר הלוואי שאם נלך נחזור לא נשאיר מאחור ותמיד שוב נזכור הלוואי 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 ויעבור הלוואי 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 ויעבור הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי 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 ויעבור 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 הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי 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 ויעבור הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי ויעבור הלוואי הלוואי כי לישועתך קיווינו ציפינו כל הלילה כל היום כל היום כי לישועתך קיווינו ציפינו אך מחכה לך יש בי את האמונה שעליי אתה שומר זה שרק יהיה לי טוב מתעטף ומתפלל לישועתך רק מייחל תמיד מרגיש אותך קרוב בימים ובלילות ובכל המקומות אנחנו למטה ואבא למעלה ובכל הבעיות יש לנו למי לפנות מאבדים את התקווה כי לישועתך קיווינו ציפינו כל הלילה כל היום כל היום כי לישועתך קיווינו ציפינו מחכה לך כל
תן לי אמונה שאתה שומר עליי, רוצה שיהיה לי רק טוב. בוא תפתח לי את הלב, לאהוב כל יהודי, את הרחוק ואת הקרוב.
Alright.
כל הימים והלילות, אין סוף תפילות, ים של דמעות, שמע את פניך, איך קוראים
We are back.
אליך. גם בתקופות הכי מרות, צועקים 70 קולות, וחתולים את התקווה. כי לישועתך קיווינו, ציפינו, כל הלילה, כל היום, כל היום, כי לישועתך קיווינו,
Okay.
ציפינו, אך מחכה לך. כל הלילה, כל היום.
So, sie kickt aus, wie Struggle Podcast hat gewonnen. So, uns gehen wir unheimen. Life with a Sex Addict broke me. 3 days ago, 14,000 views. Let's get into it.
We have enough people talking about sex addiction. Yes, it's so shameful. Yes, it's so painful. I am not negating that at all. And sex addicts absolutely need the care.
Hold on.
But the wives are an invisible, don't know what to believe anymore. 30s.
That,
I'm married. Hearing.
Kann ich lieb the upcoming
hear
things.
her promise die inside.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Today we welcome an
Deze viel sehr odd, the ganze setup. But I'm not going to say it through the ganze episode. So I'm just going to say it now. Wie heißt das? The setup is, it's got to change. But otherwise, let's get into it.
incredible, brave woman whose story is about heartbreak and betrayal and ultimately about healing.
They set up? What's they set up?
She chose to speak out
Oh, ik zoek de reis niet zo.
and share her journey to give a voice, not only for her or for countless others who don't have a voice. The shame, the confusion is horrific. Our guest today is Chaya Lazarus. Welcome to the struggle.
Thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
having me.
Excellent. Thank you for coming in.
Absolutely.
The topic that we want to discuss is a very sensitive topic.
Very sensitive.
It's about sex addictions. Happens to be that this was in the past. We're going to discuss
A previous
a
relationship.
previous relationship, but now you are happily married, Baruch Hashem.
What's wrong with the setup? Also, kijkt ons wie a game show, es kijkt ons wie a night show. Und wenn die Geist reden von Sachen, willst du sein zusammen, selber Level, kick nicht herup zu dir, sind ich kann, you know?
Baruch Hashem, I'm happily married to someone who is not a sex addict.
Okay.
And I met him 3 years ago, and I told him when we met, I said, when we were going to get engaged, I said, you're marrying a woman on a mission, and it's not a pretty mission, so are you in for the ride? And he's been very supportive ever since. So yeah, Baruch Hashem, he's not the inspiration for this
So excellent.
conversation.
Excellent. So you're in good shape right now.
Yeah.
But the idea is that you feel that a spouse of a sex addict and the people on the other side of the aisle are not being seen and not being understood, and they're just being there. You know, they of course they want to support, but you want to give your side of the story as well.
Brooklyn, ich fühl wie die weißt ja, was wrong mit der Setup. Es ist nur, weil ich heute der reine reden von der Setup, fragt Brooklyn, was wrong mit der Setup.
Correct?
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is tell us a little bit about how does it feel to be on the other side of the aisle, because I noticed also that this type of addiction, the sex addiction, is an invisible one. This is not something that you can spot, you know, an alcoholic or a drug addict. This is something that is in secret and in shame. And tell us how you feel.
It's a big question. It's obviously the biggest question. It's one of the reasons I'm speaking out is because of how hard it is to put into words to a world of people who've never been there.
Correct.
What I would say is it's a pain that I have rarely seen in my life. There are so many elements of it. Let's just start with the betrayal trauma. There's just this sense of shock. And I'm talking from a previous relationship. I'm going to just talk from the perspective of a wife. So,
Welche noch Perspektive kann sie geben?
when you're married, there's obviously this obviousness that your husband is the person who's closest to you, who's there for you, who is supposed to be your home and your safety. And there's this absolute shock that comes with knowing what he's doing, what he's done. Sometimes it's after years and years of lies that you had no idea. You thought he was one person, and he's done things that are unimaginable.
Wow.
Unimaginable. And you're
andere.
Just shocked that he could even do such a thing to you. So the experience of shock is on like an experience level. It's not an intellectual shock. It's your whole world is shaking. Your whole world, you don't know what to believe anymore. You don't know who this person is anymore. You did all these things that are so dirty, so disgusting, so horrific. Shameful. And I'm married to you?
This again, father marriage, in the marriage.
How did you do this to me? How did I not know? How did I choose you? What's wrong with my judgment? How did I not...
Ken es an, also wie ein MeToo-Movement. Einer gekickt auf mir. Und man wird den ganzen Predator. Als eine Sache, oder? Because es ist du als eine Sache wie ein Sex-Addict, aber ich will verstehen, von wie sie kommt.
How did I not pick up on it?
Right.
There's just that level of betrayal, and then obviously the area of betrayal that it's in. You know, this is not like where someone spent all your money, which is not a small thing, right? If someone spent all your money and behind your back, it would also be a severe violation of a relationship. Over here, they betrayed you in the most intimate way possible. It's like, I as a woman, my
Thank you, Penny.
basic right to you, the one thing that ties us as a couple is our exclusivity in this area.
The intimacy.
The intimacy.
Sacred intimacy.
Yeah,
Shia.
yeah. And
Hello,
you
welcome.
took that and you ran it over with a tractor, a bus, and anything else you could think of. In my experience, it's the biggest violation that can be done.
En ken de as a frequency noise, this is an aim, nicht für mir.
In a marriage. So it does so much. It does so much to your mind. And I have a hard time putting it into words, but it creates questions around, who am I to you? What am I to you? And then it starts off with who am I to you? What am I to you? How would you do such things? How could you do such things? How could you be part of such filth? And then it starts to trickle into your own sense of self. Wait, who am I? What even is a woman? What is sex?
What is a woman? Lass mal gehen fragen der left. But wenn sie sucht filth, in ihr Augen ist es filth, oder ist es, I don't know.
Sexuality. What is relationships? What is marriage? Like, and all of this, again, these are not just questions in your head. You experience a shift in how you're experiencing the world. I personally experienced this, and I've heard others say that you start at some point to, and I'm not saying everyone, all of my examples, I'm not saying are relevant to everyone,
Right.
but
This
I'm
is
giving
your
real
experiences.
examples of my, and many, many others, not just me. I want to backtrack for a second, just in terms of what happened for me. I was in this relationship, and I'll finish my sentence.
Oh, Sally. Good morning. I didn't see you there. Hello and welcome.
Then I was in this relationship with someone
Shia, how you doing?
who had a sex addiction, who I'm no longer in touch with.
Hold on, I missed that.
This relationship with someone. I was in this relationship, and I'll finish my sentence then. I was in this relationship with someone who had a sex addiction, who I'm no longer in touch with. Here and there.
Sie hat zwei Menschen.
I actually did get permission to come on the podcast and say to the extent that I'm saying, so I appreciate him for that.
Sneaky.
But I basically got
welcome.
into this world of sex addiction by being in a relationship, and I was referred to Essanon, which is the 12 steps meetings for spouses of
Spouses,
of,
yeah.
of
Can
sex
you
addicts.
explain what Essanon, how a meeting in Essanon looks?
Yeah.
Because we know you were saying.
Ich will auch verstehen, von wie sie ungeheuer sehen, als Sachen gehen in eine Reihe, Sachen sind nicht normal. Like, I just want to know. Redet sie als kinky Sachen bei ihr is filth? Oder Ich nehme mich ja weg von, wo sie sagt. I just want to get a better, better feel.
That there is not, you don't get the support that you need.
S-Anon is very, very complicated. And it could be its own whole podcast. It could be its own series, to be honest. The amount of warmth and support that you're going to get in S-Anon is unmatched.
The Numan is weird.
I know that for me back then and many other people, the 1 or 2 hours a week that you get where your soul doesn't feel like it's being crushed is while you're in those meetings, is while you're talking to those people. So there's so much good that S-Anon does.
Hello and welcome.
However, it's also lacking in terms of its acknowledgement of the level of trauma, and in terms of how it's addressing the people there. There's a lot of pathologies, a lot of in the readings, there is, they'll say something like, we chose to marry a sexaholic because we learned when we were younger that sex is the most important thing, so we chose it based...
Wait, du Menschen, was weißen, als jener ist ein Sexaholic?
On this, and it's like, first of all, half the people that I was in groups with, which is many groups...
But Shulam, welcome.
Hasidic people, they didn't choose anybody.
They
didn't choose. So first of all,
you feel like they're forcing you to
identify,
to affirm certain statements and things.
Yeah, about
that you
yourself.
Need to believe that
about
you don't
yourself.
feel like it.
Exactly. Now, for some it's true, for some it's not true. I absolutely advocate if people get divorced to afterwards go, once you're healed, once you're okay, to go and figure out who you choose, why you choose, what you're attracted to. But just a pathology like that across the board, that's in the reading is everyone reading, right? To say such a thing, that to me, it's a pathology. And then there are some subtle messages in S-Anon that I'm not a big fan of, but there are messages there.
So jetzt discuss man a program of a Sache von, wie spouses, the other half geht sie a meeting wegen, ob the other half is a sex addict?
I am a big fan of. Like
Ich will aber wissen, wie hat sie gewusst? How did she know what was different? Hat sie gehabt, hat Tata Mama zu gehen reden? Hat sie gehabt, a family zu gehen reden?
A big message in S-Anon is you didn't cause it, you can't control it, and you can't cure it. That is massively important because there are women who are like, is this me?
Correct.
Is this because I'm ugly? Is it because I'm not good enough? Maybe I'm not sexual enough. The answer is absolutely not.
Whoa. How do you know? Oh, reden dich, ob is a sex addict.
He could be married, and I'm sorry for being so, I'm going to be just open. He could be married to the most gorgeous, sexiest sex doll.
Right.
It's not going to do it. He needs fantasy. Reality is what he's escaping from. As long as you're reality, you're not going to do it for him. You could have all the sex with him in the world. You could look amazing. You could do surgeries until you're oozing plastic.
Yeah.
It's not doing it. That's not what he needs. He needs an escape from his reality.
Okay.
So the question is, as a sex addict...
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get to, Brooklyn. What makes someone an addict? So...
Is he looking for everything that moves? Or is he that particular person that he is with, he becomes grossed out of? And he wants to look for something else.
So far reden sie von geherig marriages. Meaning like, du bist mit einem, du willst der zweiten, du willst dein neighbor. Einer hat mehr sexual ideas in Kopf. Es wenn sich von wie man kommt.
So there's always the looking for something else. And then in terms of how they treat the spouse, it can go in different directions. So you have ones that there's a lot of marital rape in sex addiction.
Right. Explain it, what that means. That means...
I'll give you an example from my friend. And this is part of the reason that I'm here is the responses that people are getting. The addiction itself is so painful. The responses people have gotten from Rabbanim and therapists is what hurts me so much. Because most Rabbanim and therapists are well-meaning. Right. They want to do good. Rabbanim spend their lives helping people for free, right? They're well-meaning.
I don't know. I meine, die alle Rebbes, zij wohnen in Hazard, man macht Gassen an de Kinder. Das ist ein Part von seinem Job. Sie haben nicht kein 9 to 5, sie haben nicht kein 1099, aber jeder versteht, dass man hilft aus dem Reben.
But the things that I have heard, that I myself also experienced in a small way, but friends of mine mostly, that I've heard, the responses that came from Rabbanim were like, shocking.
Wie viele Friends hat sie Chassene gehabt, sie sex addicts?
Extremely invalidating. I've never met a population more desperate and craving validation, basic validation, than wives of sex addicts. It's like you have a population of people who are dying inside, and the world doesn't know it. So one example of what you said, like the marital rape thing. My friend, Yiddish, amazing woman. Strong.
Obviously, strong, the best in the Sach, in the Ziegestellt, in alles.
Amazing.
The best.
Independent. Believe me, even if she was one of those who, got to choose, she was going to choose, if we're going to go with the theory that you choose whatever, she was going to choose a king because she's just an amazing woman. Her husband would tell her, I want to have sex.
Okay.
And she would say, no, I don't want to tonight. And he would force himself on her. And if she resisted, he would say, if you resist, you're going to regret it.
Seht, Michel, du hast Sachen, was fehlt. Again, wenn eine sagt nein, ist nein. Aber man darf herankriegen, wo sucht sie nein? Wie lang sucht sie schon nein? Kenn ich gar nicht zu zweiten. Hat der Chassane gehabt zu dir. Ist es eine Woche? Ist es ein Chodesh? Ist es ein Problem, wo die Frau hat? Also, she doesn't want, why? Geht zu einem Doktor, figure this out. I'm not saying dass sie nicht kann addicts, und sie nicht kann problems, but sie ist the best.
There was a physical...
Sie nicht so geht. Also sie sucht nein.
Threat there. So...
In sie nur rausgekommen dort, nicht gewesen physical anywhere else, like, als sie verbrennte Chalas, hat nicht herugelassen, da, like,
He would lay there.
Right.
And she went to...
Sie hat a headache, huh?
The Rebbe, her Rebbe.
Brooklyn, kennst du Joke, wie einer ist gegangen mit seinem Wab in der Zoo, und sieht die Gorilla, und fängt zu suchen für den Wab, soll enttäuschen die Gorilla. So, sich schockeln, die Sachen. Schön, sie fängt zu schockeln, und der Gorilla fängt zu werden, den ganzen Wild, hacken the chest and doing all that. Geht a Chap und der Wab, warft ran in der Cage, und sagt jetzt sag mal, die hast a headache.
Saying it's a big Rebbe. I don't know who it was exactly, but her Hasidish Rebbe that she went to. And he said, it's your husband, and you have a chiyuv to...
But ausgelost aber so viel Sachen. Of course hast du a chiyuv für den Mann. Of course. Das meint nicht 24/7, but I'm saying, wie lang, wo's, wenn, die kleine pitsy convenient information, let man know.
Be with him.
Right.
I don't know how to comprehend that. I don't know how to understand that. I don't know how to have a conversation past that. What do you even say to someone who says that?
Right.
Like, where do you start in
Well, depending.
In describing like how off that is. And that's not uncommon. That's not uncommon. So to go back for a second about just me, who I am. I know we're jumping around a little bit, and I tend to do that. So feel free to reorganize me because I'm so hyped about this topic because I feel like the need. But back,
she's such an addict about this topic.
To me, I joined Essenon.
Yeah.
And I realized that what I was going through and what other wives were going through was literally people living in hell.
Okay, I agree. But couldn't that have been hidden from ihr personal story, meaning, von wie ist gesehen, was meint wrong, was meint right. Als in einer Welt wie die Beschassene geht sie einem, and, a man darf tun, was a man tut, a Frau darf tun, was a Frau tut, and you're not getting it, what do you think is going to happen?
People turning into people they didn't recognize.
Wow.
And the responses from therapists and Rabbanim just was consistently not...
Usually, Brooklyn, ob einer kommt daheim in der Wabe gleich die Kinder schlafen mit alle Sachen. I do communication, man kann reden. Der Mann kommt daheim earlier, man helft, man tit. Sie mir nicht an, ich will es jetzt, a demand, also wie ein König, but there should be a communication about it.
Always, but consistently enough, really, really, really invalidating. And that shook me. That really, really shook me. And it took me to a place I said, I'm going to have to do something about this one day. Right now I can't. I'm in hell myself.
Right.
But I will have to do something about this one day. So I spent, since then, we're talking over 10 years ago when I was dealing with this. I spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours of consuming content from sex addiction professionals, sex addiction therapists.
Sie geleint books. The doctor, the brain surgeon to do. Ich bin gegangen in school, I read some books.
Patrick Carnes, Rob Weiss, all the big ones, the big names. Whether it's books, whether it's their speeches on YouTube. I know this in my sleep.
That's
I
right.
know this stuff. And I...
Right away. Sie wacht daran nach Platz und sie geht, sex addict. Right away.
Yeah, and I decided...
I'm being a little humorous.
I have to educate myself as much as I can. I spent hundreds of hours.
So, Toby, it might happen, but sie sagt, was man redt fin. Sie sagt, was man redt. Sie sagt, was man versteht. Again, ich condone nicht kein Violence. Wenn ein Mensch sagt nein, ist nein. Aber wenn ein Mensch sagt nein für eine lange Zeit, something has got to give. Something has got to give. So, oder dir, oder der Neighbor, oder kenne ich gar nicht zu der Neighbor. It's never okay to be aggressive. It's never okay to force. It's never okay to anything, to force, or whatever the case may be. Never. Just
Talking
saying.
to women going through this. And so, yeah, I know this topic inside out. And again, I'm not focused here on the topic of sex addiction. I'm focused on how sex addiction impacts the spouse.
What?
Correct.
We have enough people talking about sex addiction. Yes.
No. Nobody's talking about it. Who's talking about it? Die bist durchgegangen. How did you know? Wie geht the level von, okay, will sex. Oh, du ist schon something with the alarm bells geht off, you know? Wenn einer kommt von einer schickene, fremde family, in Basai tun und Gune stehen, anything is, will haben the nightlight ungezündet. Sex addict.
So shameful. Yes, it's so painful. I am not negating that at all. And sex addicts absolutely need the care. But the wives are an invisible population of suffering in...
In Verwus kennen sie nicht ganz zu sein, Eltern reden. Auch ein Problem.
Unbelievable amount of pain.
Wow. Well, let me ask you a question. How long did it take for you to discover that something is wrong?
So for me as a part of a relationship with someone who was
okay.
a sex addict. How long? It didn't take very long. It took a few months. Something weird happened.
What happened?
Something weird happened. I'm not going to go into it too much because this person's one request was that I not talk too much about his stuff. But something, he acted weird. He acted strangely in a way that raised a red flag. It was nothing that you could say was shocking, horrible, horrific. It raised a red flag. It made me ask him, have you been watching porn?
And you...
Porn is a $1 trillion industry. Keiner watcht nicht. Nur ein Mensch in the basement in Pennsylvania.
Didn't ignore the red flags in the beginning.
This thing that happened was strong enough to make me just ask the question, have you been watching porn?
Wow,
I didn't yet know the word addiction.
So then when did you find out that...
wollte drei neue Sachen, und sie sucht in ihrer Seite, so haben nicht das getraut?
There is such a thing.
That it's an addiction?
That it's even exists. I mean, there's something like that, and you're dealing with that.
Yeah. So when I found out about the porn use, we then, we got into therapy, and then...
So the question is, het ungeheuben porn, weil, wieso sie gewesen?
And he's decided he's going to get a filter on his phone, and he's going to stop the porn and all that stuff.
Auch das auch was Arbeit nicht, but okay.
About close to a year later, we were hanging out somewhere, and there was like open internet around, and for these 9 months in between, I was not feeling better. Mm-hmm. I wasn't feeling any better. I actually reached a point where, I found out about the...
So far hat man keine Ahnung. So far, just nur gesucht das Wort porn.
Porn use. He started therapy. He got a filter on his phone. And a few weeks later, I'm miserably depressed. And I'm like, something's wrong with me. And I'm like, okay, depressed people ruin relationships. Yeah. I have to deal with my depression.
Right.
I went to a psychiatrist. And I said, what do? I'm depressed. I'm going to ruin my relationship. And he asked me a bunch of questions, and he says, you're not depressed. It's circumstantial, what we call it.
Right.
But then I did a lot of research online, and I found that
it's not me, it's him.
A certain amount of exercise could help the same amount as pills for depression. Mm. So I took on that exercise because I didn't want to ruin the relationship with my depression.
Right.
Which what I came to realize later was absolutely wild. I was the one taking on the depression. He just violated me.
Was hat violated? Sie hat noch gut nicht gesucht. Sie hat noch gesucht das Wort porn. That's it.
Like very seriously, and I'm complaining, and I remember telling him, like, I took this on.
Ich feel as if this is the Me Too movement, you know? Nicht, dass nicht do rapes and stuff, but wenn sie gewinnt, the Me Too movement, hat jeder raufgetanzen auf der Train. Me Too, Me Too.
Because I don't want to ruin our relationship. And he's like, yeah, you know, that's really good because I really miss you. I really need you. And the whole thing was just so upside down. It was so backwards.
Right.
But
so, Gits van zijn sex addict is ook gewoon a massive manipulator, I guess.
Anyway, back to that. So 3 months in, I found out about the porn use. He gets the filter. He goes to therapy. And
what's the issue with porn use? I'm saying porn is terrible, but I'm saying in the addictive, abusive situation.
Then 9 months later, we're somewhere with open internet, and I find myself, through the 9 months, I wasn't okay. But officially, I'm supposed to be. He's not doing anything, not watching anything. I'm supposed to be okay. So I'm like, something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me. We get to this place on internet, and I'm like, okay, this is wild. I can't, I'm not breathing. I can't leave him for 1 second out of sight. I'm so scared. Like, that's not normal.
What?
Like, I shouldn't be feeling like this 9 months after. Okay.
Yeah.
I ended up reaching out to... I actually ended up reaching out to Rabbi Twersky. The Rabbi Twersky.
Yeah. Rabbi Abram Twersky.
Rabbi Abram Twersky.
Moshe.
And he happened to be in town.
Hello and welcome.
And he said, come. And we went together. And, you know, we spoke to him separately, me and him. I was a mess. I'm not a big crier in public. I don't do that. I sat there and I...
Bawled.
Was uncontrollably sobbing.
Right.
And it was like those stories of a Rav who just sits there and listens and like it makes you feel better. Like it always sounds stupid in the books, but it really was true.
Yeah.
Was heißt validating? Jetzt all of a sudden validation and nicht geht. I don't know. Volvi, hello and welcome.
And he gave us the word addiction, and he told him, he said, you know,
Thank you
go to your. He actually referred us to guard your eyes. Mm-hmm. He said there's go to groups, and he told me there's groups for, he said spouses, but he said basically go to the groups for spouses, whatever. That's when I
MCTS. Ich habe gesehen ein bisschen wegen der DoorDash or whatever it's called. Ja, ne sitzen nackt auf dem Band, and they closed her account with all the money inside.
Found Essanon. That's how I found Essanon, and I was like, oh, that's it.
He was an addiction specialist.
He was, he said it's an addiction.
Right.
I said, now we know what we're going to do, and now it's going to get better.
So as far as you understand, an explanation from you, why is this happening to these men?
There's a lot of confusion. Yes, Toby, there's a lot of confusion.
What is the reason for this sex addiction? What are they looking for?
I can't talk about anything, but I can.
I could answer that question.
Penny!
But I do feel like...
Thank you so much, Penny.
I feel like I want to keep the focus on the women. Because this is...
Ja, aber der Eulen will wissen, was heißt. Ein Mann kommt daheim und fragt etwas ein bisschen anders, suchen von der Wahl, was ich will haben ein bisschen a different style oder whatever the hell. Jetzt geht doch mal als ist ein sex addict. Mit nothing ganz im Blut.
Not this as in you, but the conversation often goes to the addiction because it's addiction, because it's interesting.
I'll tell you what I want to understand. I want to understand from a spouse's point of view.
Yeah.
If you understand if the healing part is to understand where this is coming from and what they're looking for, automatically you take yourself out of the equation.
You would think so. Absolutely not.
So that's what I want to
Absolutely.
Sam, ik kan me yes, ma'am.
Not. It's still such a violation. I'll give you an example. If an alcoholic gets in the car,
right.
Let's say he hates himself, the alcoholic. He's on his way to kill himself.
Right.
Let's take that far of an example. Right. And he gets in the car and he runs you over with his car.
Right.
And then you're in the emergency room and all your bones are all her bones, his wife. Let's say his wife. He runs her over with the car. She's in the emergency room. All her bones are broken. And someone comes there and starts explaining to her, no, he's in so much pain. That's why he drinks. That's why he got in the car.
Right.
My bones are broken. Stop talking to me about him.
So what you're saying is you think it's more of an excuse, this addiction?
Absolutely
really,
not. I don't think it's an excuse. I think it's not for the wife to worry about until she is stably feeling understood, validated, like her experience matters. We have to stop talking about this as an addict-centric story.
I got you. I understand it.
I could understand from wie sie kämpfen, aber wie droppt man the line? wie, sucht man, okay, du ist es schon, wow, du ist es schon crazy, you know? So wie einer hat, ich suche für seine Tochter, hat Gask gemacht seine Tochter, ich suche für seine Tochter, dass der Mann treibt zu tun, anything crazy, im Bett, lass mich wissen, you know, der Kusche wie ein Mann. 2 geduschen noch der Gas, und dann kommt seine Tochter zurück und sagt, Tati, ich weiß nicht, mein Mann will treien neue Sachen. Rief er an der Eidem. Ich sage für den Eidem, no, ich habe doch nicht mehr als eine ehrliche Woche, wo treist jetzt zu du neue Sachen? Sagt er, Schwerleben, Kinder darf ich doch auch machen.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So you're saying, how did it make you feel? Did it make you feel that it is your fault?
Dit is de typical, maar vreemd lachen. How did you feel?
Mentioned it
And she is right away off the chair.
before. Did it make you feel small that you took
small.
on the burden of this?
I felt subhuman.
Wow.
I didn't feel like a person. I felt like there was inherently something wrong.
She's talking about actual, so that's not, but that has nothing to do with a sex addict. I mean, I get it, was a sex addict wollte rausgegangen in getien Sachen, but there's missing gaps in the story.
With my femininity. And I don't mean femininity
It's
in...
about wanting more. Okay, so, but there's a Sache wie communication, meret. So I don't know. So is du mis damals a Sache wie a sex addict, and einer sagt, whoa, it's too much. I get it, but...
Like pink flowers. I mean, as a woman, there was... I felt all the other women in the world are desirable and interesting and have something to offer, and I'm broken. I am...
So this is kein sex addict. Het gaat in gaten en halt dat als sie nicht geht. For whatever reason. Looks, you know, flickt ihm an a ganze Zeit, so sie will ihm nicht, nicht attractive to you anymore.
Defective, inherently.
Wow. You took the full blame for yourself?
A lot of it.
A lot of it. And what did you do with those feelings? Did you start studying the other women? Did you start running after this idea? The images that he was looking for, did you start working on that to please?
Yeah, so it goes in a lot of directions. I could say for a lot of these women, I'll say for myself, I started wearing, I mean, obviously now I came dressed and made up. I never wear makeup.
Mm-hmm.
She never wears makeup, but ping do what she decided to get makeup.
I never put on a sheitel. My husband's like, I don't care, wear a tichel. Like, why? It's more...
Oh, okay. De problems vangen nun a bissl herauskimmen. Kiekst aus wie a Schlag. Zoek man ja brach.
Right? Like, and I'm like not a big dresser-upper.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you should.
I wore full face makeup, perfect sheitel, got a whole new wardrobe. This is gonna do it. There are many women who find...
But was hat sie getracht, als der Regen, sie geht von Sintig zu Montag, hat sie sich gechanged, und jetzt geht vergessen, der 4 Chadushim, wo sie gewähnt Pudding auf der Wand, weil das gemacht etwas?
Themselves doing things sexually in the bedroom that they are humiliated to be doing. Mm-hmm. And they're doing it because maybe this will please and maybe this will be enough. People absolutely take it on as their own thing, or even if it's not my problem, maybe...
There's a halal, women do have a thing, as when the man is abusive, they say, oh, it was my fault, you know?
I could help by doing this. Right. Even if it's not, I didn't cause it, but I still want my husband to think I look good. I still want him to be happy with me, even if I didn't cause his problem. So, like, there's just such a...
Sie hat jetzt admitted, dass sie sich nicht tun, sie nicht shine, meaning she doesn't care. Her new husband doesn't care. But the alte husband most probably cared. The alte husband hat gewollt ein bisschen shine and fine, you know? But wenn sie kommt raus in public, ist sie sich ja unschein. Weil du verstehst sie ja, sie darf kein Schein ungetein. Für ihr Husband, wo sie schon anyway stuck mit, darf man sich schon tun. Du, wenn sie kommt raus, kann.
Desperate need to be seen, to be wanted, to be...
Wie ist Gang 98, die letzte so erzählen?
Appreciated for who you are, that people violate themselves horrendously. Sexually and in just how they are.
Sie können sagen, muss an, ich verstehe nicht. Wenn 2 Menschen haben, kommen von different backgrounds, können haben different sexual ideas, mit different sexual taves und Sachen, wenn man do communication, man redet. Man will tina so, man will tina sie, man macht daher, man wird comfortable, wenn dem tippt man es in der Room, nicht auf der Beach.
In terms of how
Ergens wie, ja. So wie einer sagt mir, dass geht nicht auf Porn-Sites, watchen Porn, chas v'shulam. Geht darauf, stamm kicken, sehen alle meine Gassen, was Menschen haben im Kopf.
Try to show up as a woman, and it's embarrassing. It's humiliating.
Right.
And they'll do it, and they'll feel humiliated, and they'll do the same thing the next day.
Right.
And again and again and
Moshe, we all trying to find out, Moshe, what the podcast is about. So how's the silent side of sex addiction?
again, and it's horrible, and it comes with self-hate and self-blame and shame, and it doesn't work.
Right.
It doesn't work. So yeah, the pain is really, really, really indescribable. Like I one of the things, I was gung-ho Essanon. Back then,
Yeah.
I'm the type, I
She was
want it
gung-ho.
to be my problem, because then I could fix it.
Right.
Right? Different
Right.
people have different reactions. I'm like, if you give me the responsibility, I could fix it if I
Right.
work on my stuff.
Right.
I went into Essanon. I'm not gonna do 12 steps, I'm gonna do 24 steps.
Yeah.
I was like, and I worked the steps, and I worked on my codependence, and
Yeah,
I
of
worked on
course.
my controllingness, and I worked on my this and that. I got myself a sponsor.
You literally took on the addiction on yourself. Something that you did not ask for,
Yeah.
and you got very little support.
Aber was hat sie bekommen wenig Support? Was hat sie nicht gekannt, gehen reden, sie Tata, Mama, all that.
First of all, the shame and the secrecy
Yeah.
was, did you hold that in and not share it with
Yeah.
family, friends,
Yeah.
community, public? This is
So
something.
das bringt darauf eine ganz andere Sache, weil man kennt nicht, man hat nicht die Community, man hat nicht die Friends. Dort ist a family. This is schon a different problem.
It's
that is
so
that you gotta
complicated.
carry by yourself.
Yeah.
But it's funny, sie sucht, dass nicht gar keiner wem zu reden, aber jetzt hat sie ja so viele Menschen, die kommen, reden sie ihr.
Because you don't want to tell anyone, because
Why?
if I'm gonna stay with him, I don't want
Correct.
everyone to know.
Correct. So that is a silent struggle
It's
that is beyond
it's
words.
extremely isolating and shaming, and it's you start having to live a double life.
The problem is auch, dass sie können nicht gehen, sie, die Eltern sagen, oh, mein Mann will trying neue Sachen, oder my husband wants to try this or that, because Tati hat keinmal nicht getried, Mami hat keinmal nicht getried. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, how are you? Oh, my husband's home. Like, okay. Or like someone will ask something about your husband, and it's a day where like all you're doing is like feeling like your entire existence is melting slowly, and you're just like, oh yeah, he's great. You know, we did this, we did that, and it's just lies. You're lying because you don't want to tell
Okay,
him.
jeder einer, was hat a bad day. Ich weiß, einer herangebombt zu einem, whatever. Und ich frage ihm, hey, how are you? Und ja, alles geht. Ich weiß doch aber, dass nicht. Aber so geht.
Everyone. So it's a very, very isolating experience.
Yeah.
Which is why I have such a complicated relationship with Essanon, because Essanon takes away the isolation. But the other thing it does is it normalizes.
It normalizes it, and it also makes you feel like you're part of it, and you have a role to uphold this. You become part of the.
You become part of the equation.
Yeah.
So it's a very mixed message in Essanon. Again, I don't want to bash it, because I think there's so much good there. And I know that any woman who I'm helping,
No, MCTS, alles geht hat recommended the andere.
many of them are going to be in Essanon,
Take it
and I
back.
don't want them to think I'm
Correct.
anti. I'm not anti-Essanon.
Right.
I think Essanon is a timeline issue, first of all. Essanon is a place where you go to work on...
Der Essenan ist a jiddische Sache oder nicht? Because ob es ist nicht, hat das andere Haluchas. Meaning, Yidden haben arranged marriages. You can't your husband for them.
yourself. It's to be surrounded by people who are
Brooklyn.
going through what you're going through. So I'm going to a group of women who are dealing with the same thing I'm dealing with, which is already so helpful.
What is she dealing with? Don't know what she's dealing with. The einzige Sache, was ich weiß, is porn. That's all.
I cannot say enough how much I
Right.
wish everyone was part of a support group for whatever they're going through. Support groups
Everyone
are amazing.
can use a support group.
Yeah, support groups are beyond. So Essanon is definitely that. And it is a place where you're going to work on yourself, to really, really work on yourself. And the growth you see with people who are really doing the 12 steps is real growth. It's rare that you see generally in this world, people who change as adults. right? People generally
Right.
are who they are. You know,
Right.
you get older, people hit 60, they're a little different when they were 40. Sure, that happens. But people who like are actively changing, you meet them a year or two after you last saw them and they're a different person, that's rare. You see that with people in the 12 steps. They really are changing and developing. It's amazing. But it is a place that you're there to work on yourself. And when someone, like I said, is in the depths of trauma, that's not the time to work on yourself. That's the time to be held, to be stitched, to be stitched back together, to be
Don't worry,
validated and validated and
we all
validated,
agree.
to be given words for what you're going through, to be held, to be, you need an incubator for when you're going through this. I cannot, there are no words I could use to describe the
But the problem is with line between the lines that I don't know which lines to read. I don't know. I don't know what she thinks this means or, you know. Ich will nicht sagen, see graphic, but I'm saying I don't want to be graphic. That's the problem.
depths of the pain. I remember walking into a supermarket. It was Erev Pesach, I think, or Erev Sukkot. One of the big yontif stores, a bunch of people in the supermarket. And one of the messages I got in Essanon, which not every Essanon group, different Essanon groups take on different cultures also. So some are like, I have some friends who've been in Essanon, they don't feel like it did any damage to them. And I have some friends who are like, no, not for me. And then there's me where I know it did
Mijn lesje darf sie open, a different friend group.
a lot of good and it did damage.
Right.
But I remember one of the messages that they give you is, every marriage has its problems. At least now you know the problem you're dealing with. And I'm in this relationship and I'm like, okay, maybe every relationship just has its issues. And I'm walking through the grocery and I remember just thinking about this and I remember feeling like my soul's on fire. Like I can't describe to you the pain. I keep saying I can't describe it because I
But no idea van welke pain ze red vindt.
really can't. I've never in my life felt such pain like when I was in that relationship. And I had a hard life. I did not have an easy life. I've been through a lot.
Right.
I never felt the depths of pain that I felt in that relationship. And I remember walking through the grocery store and saying, everyone feels like this? That's crazy.
But you're saying something very, very important because this is in a lot of abusive relationships. Both sides, women or men, will say to themselves, everyone has hardships.
Yeah.
Everyone is going through this. And this keeps them stuck
Yes.
in a certain place
Yeah.
that I don't
Again, ich agree nicht, aber so suchen für Menschen nach jeder Guy dadurch, because that doesn't help. But ze kommt zu a point, a level, wie man kann nicht helfen. Meaning, you can't eliminate all the pain. Kannst du sagen, okay, ga jetzt eliminaten alle pain, alle pain. Because, it's life.
see what's the next one going to be, or you talk to yourself this way and you talk yourself
There you
into staying and being abused in becoming a codependent in a relationship.
Exactly.
It's tremendous what you're saying.
Yeah, 1,000%. And that is part of why I struggled with Essanon. Like I said, it's not said this way in all groups, but that was a very strong message in the group that I was a part of. Every marriage has its issues.
Yeah.
A lot of the messages were also, once you leave such a person, you'll often end up marrying the same kind of person.
All these kind of rhetoric is going on in your head.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
you don't see light by the end of the tunnel.
No, there's no light, and that's why you have to stay. And the message I took from it was that's why you have to stay in Essanon and work the steps, and you will get better. And I stayed in Essanon, and I worked the steps, and at some point I'm like, I'm not okay. I'm not doing better. I literally have a poem. I would read it. It's on my phone, but like a poem I wrote, or like a letter I wrote to myself when I was in the throes of denial of like, oh, this codependency work is really working for me. I'm learning not to be codependent. Yeah. I didn't realize I'm healing.
Joe Gold.
This is so helpful because I was like in the throes of the 12 steps and I was in denial that it was, yes, it's great self-work, but it
everybody could use a support group. Yeah, because people suffer. Meaning, je kent treffen nog 2 mensen die sufferen dezelfde zaak wie die. En me kan er sort of guiden. Ze weet easier on the brain. Als ik moet dat man dus daarop nemen de edge. Niet heb ik dat man fixen de problem, just daarop nemen de edge, yeah?
It wasn't helping the severe trauma I was in. And I just wrote a whole thing about how like I discovered life because I'm no longer codependent. And then like I look at it now, I'm like, never. Such desperation.
Right.
That
I was going to
denial.
ask you about denial. There was a time that you denied to yourself this entire thing? Like you were telling yourself that this is not that bad, this is not so severe. Was there a time that you were trying to cover it up or actually help him cover it up?
Cover what up? Also geht auf Porn? Jeder geht auf Porn. Was meinst du die ganze Sache von de Filters? Aber soll nicht raufgehen auf the Weather App? Scheiße.
I never tried to help him cover it up. I tried to tell myself it's fine, it will be fine.
Toby. Good one.
When someone
Denial is the river in Africa.
told me early on, like you don't need
Yankee T, ich habe ein Chaver Nuchi, was pflegt sagen, von Menschen, was pflegen sagen, oh, es ist nur in deinem Kopf. Ja, du hast das Problem. Weil wenn es ist in der Toe, nimmt man rup der Toe. Bei der Kopf kann man nicht rupnehmen. So, was gut nicht gesolved.
this. Like, why would you stay with someone? You're in a relationship with someone who, you know, marriages like these don't end up well. Why don't you leave while you're ahead?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, how could you say that? I love this person. Like, I was like, how could you say that? And now looking back, I'm like, she was really trying to help. And she was right.
Yeah.
But it also lost the part where I cut her out of my life. I didn't speak to her.
And thank God I did leave 2 years later. But
What happened in those 2 years? Was ist geschehen?
in terms of the denial, there was denial. That's where, again, my issue with the Essanon piece is. When I was dealing with this, when you're in
Einer gehackt auf Essen an, als sie ist also busy, als mit zu defenden Essen an, oder?
active trauma, this is not past trauma that's acting up. This is active trauma happening. Your brain's not working.
Right.
Your world is turning upside down. Your world is spinning as every day that you're walking around the streets, and your world is spinning. You don't feel like a normal person. You can't think straight. You don't know what life is. You don't know what's going on. You don't know right from wrong, up from down. So
Voor wat had ze gevoeld de niet van unten make-up do? If she's a person that doesn't put on makeup, was ist geschehen do?
when I joined Essanon as the place to go for help for this, and I'm surrounded by women going through this, that in itself normalizes it.
Right.
So it wasn't even my own denial. It was like, oh, I'm surrounded by women who are dealing with this. They're all married.
Right.
So obviously it's not that bad. And also the culture in Essanon is, and this is again a timeline issue, I think a time to work on yourself is an amazing thing. And someone who first goes to a lot of therapy and really reaches a place of like, where they could even put words to what they're feeling. They could put words to what they're going through. They know what their husband is. They know the situation. They know what they're dealing with. They feel like, okay, now I want to stay in this relationship, or I want to at least give it a certain amount of time, and I want to go to a place that helps me work on myself to do the most I can within myself to be okay within this relationship. That's a great time to go to Essanon. But when you're falling apart, it's not. So like I said, I was falling apart. I didn't know up from down, and you join a group and everyone's okay, and the culture, not everyone's okay, but the culture.
What do you mean? You go to a group where everybody has issues and you think everybody's okay? Jeder doch dorten, weil jeder doch gekrippelt dorten.
Culture there is gratitude. A lot of gratitude for program. It's capital P, program. I'm so grateful for program. That's how people share. It's a drop culty, but okay, we could forgive culty.
There's a different 12-step program. I also going from the cult.
A lot of gratitude, and there's also like this culture of we're not here to gossip about the addict. Now, I wasn't there to gossip. I was there to share my heart-searing pain.
Correct.
My heart was being fried.
Right. And that is how?
Can I talk about that?
Unbelievable stuff.
So it's like you're allowed a little bit. There's a little bit of falling apart that's allowed, but they don't. The culture does.
Yes.
There's a culture.
Toby, we're all waiting there. We're all waiting. Now she's going that any program is a bit culty. Why else would somebody be there?
Sure. Yes. Now let me ask you about the gratitude. They want you to get into gratitude mode. We know that word.
But the problem is, Sally, sie können nicht herangehen in detail. Weiß man nicht, wo sie considered zu sein so viel pain. Wo sie considered zu sein so out there and crazy.
Works, and that is positive and it's a good thing. But while you're going through the trauma, what is gratitude? At that time, like, give me a few examples that people shared gratitude while they're going through this difficult time.
The culture there is all gratitude for the 12-step program. So grateful I found program. I never would be where I am today without program. Some people go as far as to say, I'm so happy I married someone like this because it got me to program. There's this like
grow.
Yeah. But it's all good. The gratitude attitude
is based on the program.
Is to capital P program. Wow. It's a very interesting thing.
Let me ask you an interesting question. What you went through, is there a difference from what you're describing to a regular affair, if you would hear that a person had?
Yeah.
Explain the difference.
It's very different. So, first of all, we're talking about, an affair is horrific and awful, and many can't recover from this.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Spill on the beans.
What I'm talking about, first of all, comes a lot of times in the version of repeated affairs. Second of all, you could have a person who's a normal person and he makes a terrible mistake, and possibly because he has a part of him that's not a good person. Maybe he's a bad person and he had an affair. I'm not saying they're always a good person, but he did a really bad thing. Sex addicts are sick. It's a disease of character and of mind. You could have a sex addict who's not acting out much, and they're still going to cause you damage because their relationship with women. I'm talking as if the guy is the sex addict, and I know that it goes both ways. I don't want to invalidate anyone who's going in the other direction, but I'm going to just go with that
for the sake of conversation.
Exactly. These men see sexuality in a very sick way. They see women in a sick way. They see their wife in a sick way, and that creates a lot of damage, and it's so much of the subtle damage that you can never put into words. If my husband goes and cheats on me, I can say he cheated on me. But if for 5 years, for some reason, I just feel gross, I just feel dirty, I just feel not good enough, and he never said a word like that, I can't explain it. Wow. It's his view of the world, it's his view of sexuality, it's his view of you that impacts you, right? You have a friend. I assume you have a friend in the world? Yeah. Right. I assume you know your friend likes you? Yeah. Does he tell you often, hey, I really, really like you? Probably not. No. You feel things. Right. People know how they're viewed by other people. Right. Our sexuality also has that perception. I know how it's an intuition. It's an intuition, right? It's just like there's a part of me that knows if I'm liked, there's a part of me that knows if I'm respected, there's a part of me that knows if I'm sexually being related to
or used
or seen in a certain way. Right. These addicts, they are very, 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 very often seeing you in a very objectifying, sick light. And touching on this is risky because I don't want to be offensive to addicts. I don't want to be hurtful. And if any of what I'm about to say is not true for you, then it's not true for you. But
Michael Parker, hello and welcome. We got a new person. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the chat.
But the addiction very, very, very often.
Never married, damage, sad and shame.
It comes with a lot of abuse.
Right. So that's what I was going to ask you. Is there an underlying thing of control and abuse and nastiness, or you could be the nicest person in the world? You just suffer from this disease.
The second one that you just said, I have met people like that. I found it rare.
Wow.
Yeah. Which is sad. The ones who catch it when they're single is a different story. Before they get married, before they're hurt.
Sie sind gegangen, haben sie keinem nicht wem zu reden. Sie haben busloads of people.
And that's for two reasons. First of all, they never hurt anyone with it, hopefully. Yeah. But whatever, they didn't hurt their wife with it or whatever. Obviously, if someone's watching porn in their father's house and their father's a Rav and would hate that.
Unimaginable things. The problem with das Wort MCTS is, was meint das? What does it mean? It could mean for einem just ricken the Zeiger, just ein point mehr is crazy. Geht man schon for a divorce in certain families.
You could call that hurting someone, but I'm saying...
Yeah, I saw it.
They never betrayed anyone on that level.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, the fact that they realized it when they're single means that they already have a part of them that knows that this is off. This is not just wrong. This is off. This is warped. This is skewed. I don't want to be doing this. So their mindset is already different when they're coming into marriage, even if they're always going to struggle with not acting out. So with single people, it can look very, very different once they get married, even once they get married, if they catch it at that point. But what you asked about, like the underlying control and abuse, sometimes it's not just underlying. Very often.
Ich meine, sie gedacht darauf kommen auf die Episode sagen, mehr so wie sie ist ein Counselor und sie hat reden wegen sex addicts mit den Sachen and she's gonna pick a topic in it to talk. Sie kommt du wie a survivor, sie kommt du wie eine, was hat gestruggelt damit, but she's not really saying anything. She's saying, yeah, things, of course, do dort, but she's not. Man kann nicht, schuka anchor. Ich kann nicht umgehen und sagen, like, yeah. He's wrong. She's wrong. He's right. She's right.
And it's pretty overt.
Wow.
Yeah. Verbal abuse happens a lot. I could tell you multiple stories, but I have.
Eine was is a sex addict is ochet an abuser verbally?
Friend whose husband would ask her to do like really, really shameful things in the bedroom. And when she refused, like, you're so ugly. I should never have married you. I should never have had kids with you.
Okay, is it an asshole? Like, it's a different thing. But nog them.
Disgusting. You're so embarrassing. These are things he would say
Brooklyn, we need to see pictures.
consistently. That's just one example. Or you have husbands who they'll go about it in a more subtle way. So like, hey, I want to do this and this and this and this sexually, and they won't be forceful about it. But if not, they'll like grieve. They'll be like, no, it's fine. You don't have to. But
yeah, but they want to do it. I don't understand. Wem denn soll gehen? Soll gehen zu der Neighbor und suchen für den Neighbor, was will?
I'm just not gonna like really feel good.
Yeah.
So it's like this. That leaves you in a place of like, wait.
In ogen, who's better? It could vary so much. It could be a little thing, or it could be a huge thing. Jeder einer hat sich sein level. So how do we know?
What's going on? You're asking me to do something I feel awful about. You're gonna make me feel like I'm hurting you. Like all I'm basically worth to you is your sexual gratification.
Right.
To the point that you're gonna sit there as a sad boy because your wife isn't willing to do something that you just watched in porn last night.
Right.
Okay. En wie zullen nemen de ideas? Hold on. Wie zullen nemen de ideas? Van de zweite Keulingeman?
And there are people.
And again, usually, wenn ein Mann kommt daheim und redt mit der Frau und sie do communication und man treibt neue Sachen, ich do Sachen, man sagt, she says, no for this, yes for that, let's try it out. So Menschen mit Stamms zu Frauen oder Männer, die sagen, nein, meine Tate und Seite haben es nicht getan, we're not moving.
I have met more than a few. I wouldn't say a lot, but I would say more than a few where there was also physical, not beating,
Right.
but pushing.
And he gave it to her only to give a little. Ik doe bis wie die makes explainen. Because the idea as it ex given a sex addict by that itself, there's nothing wrong. Meaning, eine Woche morgen ran and she'll do, I saw your ex on the Struggle podcast. She says you're a sex addict. I'm like, oh, she only said that? Okay, great. She didn't go into the small details?
Kicking, shoving, and that's not. I don't even want to focus on that because even without that, it's so painful. Like we don't need to bring it to that to say why it's so painful.
Right.
But there's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of gaslighting. There's a lot of lying. A lot of lying.
En ook het ze komt ze gaat van zero to hero. Meaning, a bocher, kind, bocher, gunisch, weiß nicht, gunisch, alles an der Chassana, ist öffnet sich auf sein Brennen und will neue Sachen. There has to be like a guide, wo's ja, wo's nicht, du Sachen, was man will, ja, man legt das aber an einen Appell, if you know what I'm saying, man beruhigt sich. There's a lot of, the sex in the Hasidische, Yiddische Welt is lacking von a perspective wie man kann gar reden, you know. Kannst gar reden zu deinem Tata wegen etwas, dein Tata hat keinmal das getan, und dein Tata hat sich nicht weggeregt.
A lot of times the disclosure, how they share what they've done comes out in pieces.
Right, so the lying is minimizing, like if you confront them, would they lie and minimize, nothing happened, whatever, this is nothing, you're making a big deal out of it.
Okay, there's anybody was is an abuser. Ich hab gesucht, ich mal kleiner Satz, was zerbrochen beide Hände. Geschnittene Fies.
Yeah, and they can do all of that.
Thank you, all of you.
And then they could one day be super honest. And then
why would they tell you so bluntly everything? If is that part of
at school, they're also obviously going through their own experience. This is something that I wish wives understood. He's your husband. To you, he's much more significant than you are to him. And I know that hurts to hear.
Right.
But it's also like he's living in his own world of pain, and all he's trying to do is fill his pain. You're the wife, there are the kids, there's the this, there's the that, there's the job. His basic entire focus is the addiction. Like, so you're so much, it's so not about you. Like what he is doing, what he's not doing, it's not even about you. He's in his own sick disease.
Right, and that everyone has to understand, because that is the key to your self-worth. If you understand that he's living in his own world, almost narcissistic, living in his own world.
Very narcissistic,
that it's...
Michael, die nimmst de Zeier als eine gibt einem, ich will es und ich darf es. No. Sie do communication. Man kommt daheim, man redt, man treibt, man macht, man tit. There is sex stores for a reason. There is, garantie any sex store. Es da sehen, sie do aisles and aisles and aisles and aisles and aisles von Sachen. Some will make your hair stand up. But I'm saying, because sie do andere fetishes mit anderen Mischigassen. You have to have good communication. In Adam Frau sucht nein für alles. There's going to be an issue. Again, I'm not saying dass nicht du kann addicts. Of course es du. Und sei, man darf antläufen von sei, ob es ist abusive. But I'm saying, wie liked sie der Level? Sie kommt darauf, sie redt von Abuse. Sie will mir hören, mehr. Wie liked sie the line, you know?
It's zero to do with you.
Right.
Zero. It's
Right.
not your
Right.
image. It's not the way you.
In the problem mit Sin is a sin, if was verdantata is a sin, was man gesucht verdantata is a sin, meint nicht as a sin. So now, einer will trying etwas nein, sie geht zu ihr Tate und sie sucht, will trying etwas, es ist a sin. Wer macht ob was a sin ist?
Talk. It's not the way you talk. It has zero to do with you.
Literally.
It is everything to do with him.
Yeah.
And it's manipulating. And in one way, it's so sick that in one way they would be denying it, minimizing it, and the other
Your hair will stand up. Meine Zunge ist, you'll be shocked of the Sachen, was man trefft of the aisle dort. That's all I was saying.
way they have the chutzpah, the audacity to actually share with you what they did and then come back.
Michael, sie do love. Und noch damit du auch hat, Menschen, was haben ideas in Kopf. And they have to give it out. So, understand?
The abuse is next level.
The abuse is
I think he came in with a police costume. Some people like that. I don't judge, you know.
next level, and I appreciate that you can see it, because there are many people who hear abuse after abuse and they're just like, oh, but maybe
that doesn't help.
give him time. He's working on it. He's trying.
And this is Rabbanim, and
Rabbanim,
who are these people who are like making you even, abusing you again?
100%.
Actually abusing you on top of the...
Ja, es ist so wie molestation. Wir gehen zu der Macher weg. Ist ja gut nicht. Stießen, man sucht nicht, man kann nicht ganz in der Kap, man kann nicht reporten, jeden reporten nicht. Man harget up ein ganzes Leben.
Literally.
Because there's no validation and whatever. They're trying to glue the marriage. They're trying to, they're looking at it from a different angle completely.
Yeah.
And the woman is like, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah.
I'm here to support and I'm here to help, but I'm not getting any help. I'm actually the one who starts working, and I'm working harder than he is working.
Yeah, 1,000%. And that's the thing, that a lot of times it's coming from a place of, let's try to keep this marriage together. At what cost? And I'm not saying let's try to separate the people. I'm not saying let's go ahead and try to...
Keiner halt nicht, man darf weithin. Nobody's agreeing, man darf weithin avab. But to do certain Sachen, was a man and vab tät, when daddy loves a mommy, you know what I'm saying? And sie do alle meine points, alle meine Sachen, was macht Menschen excited, was macht ihr excited. Sag Sachen, was nicht in sie, but das was Vab, sag Sachen, was der Vab tät, für den Mann, wo vielleicht sie nicht so in sie ist. So geht das. It's a give and take.
But can we see the...
But ich weiß nicht, wie liked sie the level? Wie liked sie und sagt sie, okay, find du und weiter, is anything crazy?
reality? Before you try and save the marriage, stop.
Yeah.
Listen to what she's telling you.
Right.
She's telling you she's dying.
Right.
She's telling you she can't go on another day. Do you hear her? Before you go back to the, well, he's going to go to recovery.
Have faith in God? Okay, so have faith in God.
And he promised me and he came and he cried. Another issue here is that the men, addicts, are often very meek, very like nebuch seeming. Not in their regular life, but when they're talking about their addiction in therapy and with their rub.
You have a tremendous rachmunis on that.
And by the way, der Ruf ist doch auch der Human. Der Ruf, mistam weiß nicht alle Mischigassen. Der Ruf mistam auch gewinnen in a sex shop. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they elicit a lot of pity.
Yeah.
And it's also because they have a lot of self-pity. And you kind of just are dragged into their narrative.
Right.
So they come to therapy and they're crying and they're sad and they're talking about how they're going to work on it and they feel so just sad and shame. You mistake that for niceness and care and empathy. It's not. Sometimes it is. If it is, it is. I'm not saying it's not. It's definitely not obviously that. And then you have a wife coming in to a therapy session or to a Rav, and she's crazy. She is wild. She's screaming. Yeah. She's potentially calling him names. She's acting like a crazy person. She's crying suddenly. A minute ago, she was angry, saying, I don't care. I never want to look at him again. Suddenly, she's crying and how he doesn't love her. Sorry about this, but what the hell do you do with such a woman? Right? They're difficult.
Oh, you're telling us?
We are a difficult population to work with. I understand that it's hard to hold. And also, you want so badly to help them. There's only so much you can do. I understand that it's hard. But can we stop focusing on, let's save this marriage as the obvious first response? Maybe we'll save the marriage.
Einer hat mir gesagt, dass wenn einer geht sich von der ersten Wab, weint der Missbeich. fragt einer von was. Sie du lämmerlich Kian, was man sagt. But wenn man sagt Kinder, du sie dem Asbaich nicht used to. You know what I mean?
Marriage, but can we give her like an hour of validation before we save the marriage?
Right.
You know, so there's so much of the focus on saving the marriage, and also combined with the pity on the addict, and they come in, they crying.
Right.
Like with my situation, my relationship,
Men can be evil, women can be evil. Evil hat alle mine wegen. Sie do evil mit a patch, nachdem do evil mit a wort, nachdem do a evil mit just a wegdraaien de poenam. Evil kan zijn als wenn a man expresst sich zu der Wab, oder der Wab expresst sich zu der Mann etwas in die Gäste macht der Augen. Evil hat alle mine languages. Evil darf nicht an der größere ready a bloody knife. Evil hat alle mine wegen.
I mean, you see me now a little bit. Now I'm toned down.
Right.
Well, this is her toned down.
He was like a very like sweet, soft, meek person, and many therapists, we would come in. I looked crazy. I did look crazy.
Yeah.
And
You were all wild up.
I was, riled up, but yeah.
Nervous.
I was like a wounded, caged animal. That's how I would describe myself.
So what you're saying is they right away looked at you like that you're out of control.
You're out of control.
In the meantime, nobody is looking at who put this fire on.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better. Yes, I'm out of control, but look at this crying human and stop mistaking. Stop like also. Therapists and rabbanim, it's much easier whenever you're talking to a couple. If you just give a mashal of two kids, right? You have the well-behaved kid and the not well-behaved kid, and they're fighting. Who do you go to? The well-behaved one, one who listens.
Yeah, the weak one.
Because poor guy, he's gonna.
You can reason with that one much easier.
You can reason with that one. So they come to the spouse, the therapist or rabbanim. They try to reason with the spouse because there isn't much to talk to with the addict. They're just crying.
Definitely. Women need to be protected and loved. Yes.
Or giving their sob
Agreed,
story or
Michael.
giving whatever. It's easier to talk to the spouse.
Right.
So they come to the spouse and they're like. They're trying to work with you. Meanwhile, you're broken.
Trying to work with the one who was sane, but in the meantime...
Auch wenn man geht zu der Therapist, kommt eine Frau in ganzen Ungeteam mit Make-up, also wie jetzt. But in the heim, you do a mess, gut nicht gegen jemand. TikTok the ganzen Tag.
The invalidation is beyond. The invalidation is beyond. I've had many, many, many women tell me that the pain of the addiction itself is so much less than the invalidation that comes later, than the gap from
Sie sucht das Sach, the validation.
From their husbands and from the rest of the people. The husband,
It's crazy.
I wish men understood, okay, you did this, you may never be able to salvage your marriage, but you really may. And it's going to be a struggle. Just, if I could give you like one blanket rule, don't ever invalidate. Don't invalidate. She's saying something, she's telling you you're the worst person in the world, she's saying all that. Keep it in. Just stay in the conversation. Leave the house. Go scream. Go call 30 people and scream what you're feeling. Yeah. Never invalidate her because that sets it all back.
Right.
You have a lot of by the way, where
so the Frau make abusen all the way, but darf es herausgeben in draußen von daheim.
Addict will suddenly, often in the beginning when they disclose or when it comes out, they'll be apologetic. Really apologetic.
Like it's not me. I didn't mean it.
I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this to you. All of it. And then suddenly, at some point, it snaps back. And they're like, you're overreacting. It was so long ago.
They're normalizing it.
Yeah. Well, kennst du den Joke? A woman can't remember wie sie gleich the car keys, wie sie geparkt, aber sie kann zurückbringen eine Conversation von 9 Uhr zurück, wo du es gehabt, wo du es gesucht, öfter ein Wort, wie sie gemeint.
Yeah, so that gives you whiplash. Wait, I thought you were really sorry.
Right.
I thought there was room for me to be angry and hurt about it.
And
now
I'll
there
work
isn't.
it out.
Yeah, and now there isn't. So it's like, no, stop invalidating. I had one woman say to me, like,
sie hat a Sach women, was kommen sie hier?
Literally 2 weeks ago, she said, I remember when she's still with him. She found out about 8 years ago that he had cheated on her multiple times. And she stated he went into recovery. I think he's sober. We think he's sober. I don't know. You can't know for sure. But he's not like in serious recovery, but we think he's sober. And she said to me, I remember when I found out, I was heaving, sobbing in the car, a pain that I never experienced in my life. I never knew what it could be like. And she said, now 7 years later, I wish I could go back to that time where the reality was something horrible has been done and it's horrible and I'm hurt and that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Because now he turned his attitude around and he'll weaponize against her some of her reactions from back then, still till today. Mm-hmm. So the invalidation does as much damage. In my situation, he started meetings. That's when he started coming back to me with attitude. Wow. He got a lot of backing from his friends.
Support.
The support about tell her she's being codependent, tell her that. He had told me that he had I'll just say he had a crush on a specific woman. And this was a woman who she owned a store. Now it was a kind of store that you can go to a bunch of other stores to get the same thing.
Right.
But okay, he went to that one. So once he told me that, he had a moment of honesty and he told me that. Of course I was devastated, like whatever. And then he's not
Ja, dat zag je ongeteen make-up en zeggen.
to go to that store anymore. And he comes to me one day and he says, I discussed this with the guys in group. I have to go to that store because you don't want me to.
So what you're saying is
What? That logic doesn't make any sense. Als hat a crush auf a Meidl, soll gehen to the store? Weil sie will... It's like saying, einer hat diabetes, geht dafke essen candies.
even the 12-step program is also not working. You think that is on the same level that it would actually, because if you can come home like that is supposed to bring you up to a level of sensitivity, self-reflection.
Complete opposite.
So that is working.
That was so stupid.
Against,
I can't say that about all of SA. Can't say, I could say that I've seen it, not just with my situation, I've seen it with a lot of situations. I've also seen a lot of recovery from SA.
Right.
So it's a mixed bag.
It depends. Yeah.
Which group.
It depends also what you choose, the way you look at it, because the 12-step program has done wonders for people. I mean,
1,000%.
It saved people's lives.
It saves people's lives, for sure.
Interpretation. Everyone interprets whatever they want, especially a person who's manipulating, and, the mind will play games with you. So if you want to take whatever you want, you use it the way you want it.
Yeah.
But in your case, you're saying the support and the actual groups that he was going through did not help you in any way.
He was coming back to me with thing after thing that he has to do because I don't want him to. I asked him, "Are you working on this in recovery?" I don't think it's good for us to talk about our recovery. I think that's codependent. He would come very self-righteously with these like high terms. Yeah. It's not healthy. I'm like, healthy? You're talking to me about healthy? Do you want to go down that road?
There are a lot of addicts. So part of the 12-step is to get up and admit that you're an addict. But they're in such denial that they're like, I'm not an addict. They make me say it.
What?
Interesting. I think...
Geht sie addict Platz und sucht nicht der addict, weil man sucht dort auf dem Platz.
I don't know if those ones last in the 12-step groups.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if those last. I haven't heard of that much. But the person I'm talking about that I went through this with, he will tell you SA is full of sickness. He will tell you today, because today he's in serious recovery. He is in...
Moet hem wegnemen van de fire, hè? Moet hem wegnemen van de fire. Jetzt kan recoveren.
He went to deal with this in different ways other than SA, and he'll tell you today that SA is full of
sickness, ayahuasca,
and you have to be really, really careful with which groups you go to. Yeah.
That is something to be aware of. Very, very.
It is something to be aware of.
Now, as far as loneliness, talking about loneliness, how did you deal with that? Did that make you feel the period of time that you went through this? Describe that feeling of the opposite of connection, the opposite of.
I think in my experience, I was in so much other pain. The
essay is a essay was beschreibt, Brooklyn. Weiß man dafür beschreiben essay?
Loneliness wasn't even on my mind. I know for other people, I've heard it a big piece of it, like the isolation. I was very seriously in Essanon, and I was in touch with women from Essanon throughout the week, so I wasn't alone.
So your main pain was the betrayal part, or the trying to please to a point that you could never please?
So I went through a lot of stages. There was the betrayal part. There are certain things that are inherent, you assume are part of a relationship. One of those things is that you never speak about. You don't go on a date and say, "Hey, do you care about me?"
Right.
That's not a normal thing to ask, right?
It just comes.
It's obvious.
Yeah.
I was in a situation with a person who didn't care about me. It took me a long time to be able to put that into words. So first of all, I'm just living with someone who really doesn't care about what I'm feeling. And just that feeling of so worthless.
Yeah.
I felt so worthless. But again, I didn't
Zit je ook gevoeld alone then?
have words for it. Why do I feel so worthless? I don't know. Right. So I went through just feeling like absolute worthlessness. In terms of I went through a very, very serious existential trauma. There's this religious stuff. There's all these things we're taught in the from Beis Yaakov or whatever, which is like, you're going to marry someone. If you stay holy, you're going to marry someone holy, and you're bashert, and you're marrying someone on your level, and all these different things. Right. And all these different beautiful things about yeshiva boys and about Torah and about our religion. And then being faced with such.
But Yankee, wusstest du, ob einer nicht nur zerbrecht sich der Fies, but einer Fuß über der Fies und jetzt darf sitzen in einer Wheelchair. Und sie geht nicht schädig wachsen.
Filth. And I specifically don't want to give any examples of acting out over here because I don't want to trigger people.
Right.
But the things that I heard of that existed, and I wasn't an innocent kid. I wasn't so innocent.
Right.
But I didn't know a lot of what goes on the internet.
Right.
And I didn't know a lot of what goes on acting out outside of the internet.
Right.
But what I found out was so shockingly disgusting to me. And the fact that I'm with someone who's like that and who sees me like that and meeting all these women who are in these relationships and who are being constantly treated like sex objects, I started seeing the world through a sexual, almost predatory lens. Everything was sexual. Everything.
That's fascinating. Explain what it means. Like wherever you went and wherever you started
Everything I saw was sexual.
Like he is looking like
Yeah,
wherever you came in, you figured where is this going to trigger him? Is that the
maybe that's where it's from. So that's for sure when it comes to girls.
Yeah.
I would go out.
You would start analyzing people left, right, and center. Where is this? What is this doing to the addict?
Yeah, so it starts from there, and then you just start like their lens is a little bit contagious.
Unbelievable.
It's really like I was on a date with my husband now 3 years ago. I was on a date, and like I still struggle with the traumas of this till this day.
Unbelievable.
And a group of girls passed by the car. Now we're on a date, and a group of girls passed by the car, and I had a panic attack.
You were looking at you're looking at your date. If he is looking,
I'm well. That's for sure.
Shit.
Someone wants to tell her? Someone wants to tell her?
But even just from them passing, a panic attack, a full-blown actual panic attack.
Because you have this in your unconscious that this is something that either men or everybody's like that.
Yeah.
And also you were so traumatized by that fact that this is like this is a war that you have in your head.
Yeah. Yeah, and it goes both directions at once, which is, this is part of the complicated. It's on the one hand, it's like, oh, I'm not pretty enough. I'm not hot enough. I'm not whatever enough. And on the other hand...
Sie hat gesagt, dass sie nicht kein Make-up-Person, she's not all into it.
And, ew, sexuality is disgusting.
Right.
Men are disgusting. Right. Sex is disgusting.
Right.
But I am a woman.
Right.
So I walked around for a while feeling violated by etzem being a woman. I felt violated. I called my rabbi and I said, is God playing a joke on us? I said, I never asked to have a body.
Right.
I feel violated by having a body, by existing. The fact that I walk outside and I could be objectified just because I exist, I felt objectified by God. It was crazy. I literally thought God was playing a joke on me. Mm-hmm. And all of my connection to religion, and I stayed from halakhically. Yeah. I looked the same always. But any like spiritual connection.
She looked Hasidish. I mean, religious.
Had died.
You became rebellious?
No, it just died.
You felt so distant and not
I felt lied to.
Yeah.
I felt lied to by the religion. I felt lied to by Judaism. We present as this whole holy thing, and it was like all this filth is going on. And you know how many people we met in the different programs we were part of that we knew? You know, this issue is so prevalent. It's so common.
But it's secretive.
But it's quiet, and nobody knows.
At the same time, it's very secretive.
Yeah.
And the shame is tremendous. And, we live in a tight-knit community, and this is not something that people talk about.
No.
In the meantime, you come and you see so many people are suffering from the same thing.
Yeah.
And suffering in silence.
Yeah, and I really did. I lost all my bitachon. I was a very big bitachon person.
So the yoga went lonely.
For that, davening became very hard for me. Very, very, very hard. I actually have when I was in that relationship, hoping to work it out and hoping to become a happy marriage, I was so desperate because this was like a person that I wanted to build with. And they say with Judaism, in somewhere it says that if someone insults you and you don't insult them back, then your tefillahs get answered. Right. Which I have an issue with all of these things. Ever since then, I have an issue. Like, we have to be careful with how we promise things in the name of Judaism.
Yeah. Ai. Vergeet a joke, wie einer gehad 10 Chicken. I mean, ging zu einer Rebbe sagen, als 10 Chicken sind gestorben. So der Rebbe hat gesagt, geben wir $10 und ich hätte gegeben als Gilla. Die nächste Woche kommt zurück, sagt, Rebbe, noch 10 Chicken sind gestorben. So sagt geht noch ein 10er und geht ihm als Gilla. Die nächste Woche kommt sagt, Rebbe, alle Chicken sind gestorben. Sagt der Rebbe, oh ja, shoot, ich habe noch so viele Gillas.
Because when someone does it enough times and it doesn't work, you don't get upset at the Rebbe, you get upset at Hashem.
Right.
That's what happened with me.
Wow.
And what happened, and like I said, my ex was so hurtful.
Joe, man weiß nicht, it's just sie gedacht, wenn reinkommen als a counselor, it would have made more sense. Besides sagen, als sie hat gestruggled, because she doesn't want to talk anybody about her, so man weiß nicht, wie, wo es wenn.
Me. And I never answered back. I never wanted to insult him. Oh, I screamed a lot. Don't worry, I screamed. I never insulted him personally. And he, very subtly from him, I always felt demeaned and degraded and not cared about, not whatever. So, and I would never answer back, and I always davened that this should work out. and
it did
never
work
happened.
out. What do you mean? It did work out. She has chasana got, and she's happily ever after, she says.
I didn't get the marriage with this person that I really wanted. And then, so that was like one of the things that made me lose faith. I'm like, all these promises, all these Jewish things I'm doing, it's not happening. Plus all the filth. But then when I met my now husband,
In nicht derselbe Mensch, der verloren Faith in, selbe Sach, hat gemacht die alle filth?
I'm like, my tefillas came true.
A new life, a new world opened up for you, and you can use spirituality for healing.
Yeah,
it's beautiful because obviously you went through what you went through, and a lot of times they say that people are going through a hard time, so you can sit over here and share and discuss this and be a voice for the people who don't have
That's
voice.
That's why someone goes through something just to be a voice. That's crazy.
And you have the guts and the courage to come and talk about this and make a difference and leave a mark.
Yeah.
You're leaving a mark in this world. You're saying something. You're standing up for something. That's spirituality. That is really Yiddish guy.
I hear.
That is the real thing.
I'm a little more Jewish now.
It's a mission. It's a tremendous
a
mission.
little more Jewish.
But let's get back to while you were going through this hard time. How did you face him every day? As far as I know, you were working on yourself, but making dinner and living in the same house while it was going on. How did you get up in the morning and how did you go to sleep? And how
Right. It's very complicated. It's very, very, very complicated. I'm currently in touch with a woman who she's separated, and talking to her is just like I almost cry every time I talk to her because it's just so like you're watching a person be on a what's the thing, like on a torch, like a rotisserie basically.
Right.
She's just basically being burned alive, and she often will talk about that she is so desperate for the closeness to him.
Right.
Because it's like, no, show me I'm worth something. Show me you love me. Show me you care about me. Come be with me. Come hug me. Come hold me. Come sleep with me. And then the next day she feels disgusting. She's like, ew, like I slept with him again. He just cheated on me. Like I slept with him. And that back and forth is so hard. It's between such a terrible loneliness.
Oh, okay. So this is the cheating. Okay.
And desperate need for that connection from that person. And because he hurt you, there's also even more of a need. Like, no, make it better. Please help me feel better. So there's this desperate need for connection. And then there's the other hand where you feel like you're violating yourself by even making a joke with him. How am I going to make a joke with you when you cheated on me last week? So like I talked to her. It's very crazy making. And there's so much shame that comes with it. Like, how could I have done that? How could I have slept with him again? Like, really? Like, that's just, and this is so common. And so much a part of it. I can never, ever do justice without having like a 10 episodes at least of a series on this to ever do justice, because I know I'm talking about so many pieces of the pain, but I'm not going to be touching on all of it. And I do want to say to any woman out there who's hearing this and is like, no, this doesn't resonate, or it's not touching on the main pieces. I am cursed with the curse of knowledge. I have been so deep into this. I don't even know what's obvious, what's not obvious. It could be there are things that are much more basic that I'm not saying now that I should have been saying. Please reach out. I'm asking these women to please reach out and tell me, hey, you missed this. This is an obvious one. How did you not mention that?
Right.
Because there's no justice I could do to this.
Unbelievable stuff. The emotions that's going through your head. But let me ask you something. When you finally shared this with your family or with people or with the community, what was the response? The first thing out of their mouth?
So because I had spoken to therapists who were so invalidating, we would go to a therapist, and I'm basically saying he's watching porn, he's doing ABC. Like
why is watching porn so bad? Meaning to her.
And the therapist would be like, okay, so this is how you feel. Now how do you feel? Like treating it like equal ground.
Right.
Crazy making. Absolutely crazy making. What do you mean, how do you feel? How do you feel? Since, how is this an equal issue? And I had like a few experiences with people who were very invalidating. I was sure that when I share it with my family, they're also going to invalidate it. I was sure. Not at all. Not at all. They were, I shared it with my brother first, and he was just like silent. He was shocked. And I was ready to defend.
because the breeder watched auch het porn.
I was ready to fight. I was ready to explain to him how bad it is because, like I said, like the responses from therapists and also in the SNN world, that normalized it for me. Like that I shouldn't be reacting so badly. If I'm in so much pain, I should be working the steps harder. So I was sure that that my family wouldn't react well. But no, my brother was the first, and he reacted extremely supportively. And then I told other siblings, and I told I did not tell other siblings until later. I told one other sibling who was kind of had to be involved, and then I told my parents. And my brother-in-law is like the firmest man you've ever met in your life. I would say his name, but I'm just trying to protect the people around, not him, but whatever. You know, like people know the name. He's the son of a very famous Rosh Yeshiva. And like he heard it, and it was just such a breath of fresh air. He's not like Mr. Emotional. He's a Gemara all day. He's like, oh, she's thinking of a marriage with this guy? That's not going to be a marriage. Like that was like the only line he said. I'm like, oh, someone like didn't make it like complicated. Why do you feel this way? What did you go through in your childhood to make it hurt? Nothing. I didn't go through anything in my childhood to make me feel this way. I'm going through something right now that's making me feel this way. So my family was very supportive in terms of ending the relationship. They really left it to me, and I'm very grateful that I have.
Porn has its positive uses as well. Yeah.
Who's a Rav, a big Rav. Again, I should have asked him before, but when I was talking to him about continuing into marriage with this person, he said, "Don't do it." He said, "Don't do it." I actually spoke to another Rav who about this because this person was my best friend.
Right.
Really my best friend until all this came out. And another Rav I spoke to,
Who was what?
he said, don't do it. I actually spoke to another Rav who about this because this person was my best friend.
Right.
Really my best friend until all this came out. And
Who was your best friend?
another Rav I spoke to, the ones who answered simpler were somehow more validating because they didn't make it complicated. Why does this hurt you so much? What he's going through? No, it's simple. You just described a horrible situation. That's awful. I was like, that's what I needed. Like, anyway, this other Rav also, like when I talked to him, he's like, what do you need this for? It's not for you. Like as if like I'm talking about someone I went on one date with. Like, it's not for you. Drop it. I said, he's my best friend. He's like, you could continue to be his best
You're dan best friend or niet?
friend. Just not in marriage.
You're best friends with your
so it was
abuser?
just, yeah, I got a lot of support, which I didn't expect, but not everybody does.
Not everybody has that.
No.
Now, if someone would ask you, where should someone start? Because your experience with therapists is not the best, and with couple counseling is not the best, and with as a man, it's not the best.
Yeah.
So if someone is struggling, someone's going through now, who hears this, and says, you know what, I want help, I want to reach out to someone, and they let's even make it worse, they don't have the support of their family because of image and divorces. You know what's going on.
Yeah,
They're like,
sure.
like you said before, the marriage is more important than the actual what is going on in the marriage, right?
Person, yeah.
Right. Where should they turn to?
First of all, I hope to be opening something soon.
Excellent.
Genuinely, I hope to be able to provide resources soon.
That is unbelievable.
So we
you want to open up a support
Sure, a organization.
group,
I want to open support groups.
A hotline, or you want
I
to...
wish I could open a hotline. I see that as further on the list. I think a support group is pretty soon I could have.
Right.
Pretty soon I'm going to have support groups available.
Right.
I wish like a hotline is
Ja, das machen ihr ganz Leben.
on my list. In terms of who they should turn to.
Because this is a subject that is very secretive, very shaming.
Yeah.
And like you said, not a lot of people are here to support. They don't understand. It's not so much about they don't want to support. They, for some reason, they don't put themselves in someone else's shoes.
When I met this woman whose husband is physically, emotionally, and verbally and sexually assaulting her.
Yeah.
Wie heißt de Frau, was hat accused Trump of rape? En sie gesucht auf der News Channel. Just by kicking can rapen. Excuse me?
Rav said, but he's going to go get help. Learn to forgive. This was in the past.
Right.
I have another woman who said her husband had an affair with another woman, another frum woman. And there was an event that was going to be a small event that woman was going to be at. And this was a few months later. And she said, I don't want to go to that event. And they went to the Rav, and the Rav said, don't hold grudges. Don't hold grudges. Go to the event. The woman, another story, a woman
Why did they need to go?
went to the Rav to say her point in going to him was telling him how much she's suffering. She said she couldn't take one more minute. She was home, the kids were home. She packed her car, she went with her kids, she went to her friend's house because she couldn't take one more minute around him because he was being so horrifically abusive that day.
Right.
And so she went to her friend's house. And the Rav's only response to this story was sharing with people that are not Rabbanim and therapists is a no-no. Don't do this. Like you can't share it with people. So I'm like, there's an outage going on inside these people that they just can't hold the complexity of it. They can't hold the pain of it. They can't hold the not knowing how to fix it. It's not just because it's hard to put into words. When it's been put into words very, very, very well. An example is this story. An example is my friend who was being raped in her home because he said, don't move or you'll regret it. Basically, I'll hurt you. I'll hit you.
Yeah, but that's a different... rape is a different from watching porn.
Rabbanim were also responding badly.
It wasn't Rosie O'Donnell. It's again the andere Frau. Hold on.
So it's not just because we can't put it into words. It's too hard to hold. The tension is too big. It's such a helpless place to be. It's such a helpless place to be. So to go back to your question of where should people turn to?
Go?
I would say, firstly, there are online resources. There are online groups. There's something called btr.org. That's actually very specifically, she's very, very intense about how any sex addict is abusive. So you have to be wanting that kind of language and that kind of mindset. But they have groups running every single...
Als die geht, wo sie sucht jetzt?
Called btr.org. That's actually very specifically, she's very, very intense about how any sex addict is abusive. So you have to be...
Siehst? Sie weiß doch het. Jede sex addict is abusive. So sie sucht auch, no, nicht jeder eins.
Wanting that kind of language and that kind of mindset. But they have groups running every single day. Go online. There's something called also APSATS, APSATS. They have resources. They train their therapists and coaches, I think, specifically in this betrayal trauma. So go there. Find yourself a therapist who is trained in betrayal trauma, not a sex addiction therapist. Great.
Right.
But like a sex addiction therapist could sometimes be a little bit worse because they understand sex addiction, so they think they understand the stress, they don't.
You're saying it's a whole different ballgame.
It's a different ballgame. It's like a person, and I'm so sorry to all sex addicts out there, and I don't mean this comparison as actually, but someone who understands pedophiles doesn't understand victims of sexual abuse.
Correct.
You're understanding a very different thing. One's understanding the perpetrator, and one's understanding the victim. Don't confuse them.
Wow.
So a sex addiction therapist does not mean that they're going to get the spouse. I would say find someone who specializes in betrayal trauma, search it, and go with your eyes and ears open. If what they're saying doesn't resonate with you, Trust yourself. It doesn't work, cancel it.
Right.
Don't go to them anymore.
Right. So you still have to find the right fit. It doesn't mean that just because there's a therapist, you have to sit there and take it as like a...
Yeah, a word of God. Yeah. Absolutely not. Absolutely. Just go in. One thing you're going to have to do, and this is so hard to do after you find out that you're married to someone that, you're telling yourself, I was such an idiot for marrying this person. I was such an idiot for not knowing. You lose your trust in yourself completely. But still, what you have to do is trust the voice in your head, at least on this small level of, does this therapy feel good to me? And if it doesn't, you drop it and you go to the next.
Sie claimt, als Trump hat geredet mit den Augen. Und sie gesagt auf, wenn sie gewonnen der suit, hat sie gesagt, dass she's going to spend the money in shopping. You get what I'm saying? So the entire thing was a commercial. It kind of seems like it.
And it's such a hard thing to do.
One heavy commercial.
Want is hope and something to make you feel better. To go through a process of finding a good therapist.
That could take a while also.
It could take a while and it's not fun, but it's very important. It's really important.
Because at the end of the game, you want to help yourself and you want to feel that connection. You want to feel that...
Yeah, you need someone to catch you. You're falling to pieces. You need someone to let you fall to pieces and to catch you. You need someone to be with you on your absolutely volatile journey. Your journey, 1 week you're going to come in crying and miserable and don't tell me anything that I should do. I'm just crying. I just need you to listen. The next week you're going to come in, okay, I decided I want to work on myself. I want to work on my part of this. Tell me exactly what to do. I want to set boundaries. I want to whatever. The next week you're going to come in. What do you mean boundaries? Like why should I have to work on it? You need someone who's going to work with you. And because you, as the woman, you have to go through these stages. You have to allow yourself all of the pain, shame, rage, calm, denial, all of the stages are yours to go through. The therapist has to be able to go through it with you. Make sure they understand you.
Wow. She has a different approach.
Make sure they're with you.
Important stuff.
Can I say something about how these women often, what manifests that is shocking? How it manifests. So very typical is women will be, especially in the beginning stages, suddenly out of nowhere crying. They're on the phone. They're doing customer service at their job. They're suddenly sobbing and they can't stop it. Falling on the floor shaking. I don't mean falling because they can't, they don't faint, but I mean they suddenly just crumble in the middle of their house. They just fall on the floor shaking. Serious panic attacks, depression and anxiety for sure. Yeah. What used to be very common is for women to be go to a psychiatrist at this stage and then they would be diagnosed with borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, because they were not believed.
They weren't believed. They were acting crazy.
Yeah.
They were acting crazy. Yeah. At some point, you're like, oh, it's so coincidental that they started acting crazy when they found out their spouse was this. How many of those do we have to see to stop saying it's a disorder and it's actually the result of abuse? But
Sie weiß nicht, dass sie wird abused von ihrem Mann?
Women who are the nicest women in the world will be davening that their husbands die.
Yeah.
Hitting their husbands.
She's a marketing genius.
Very typical.
They become physical. They were never physical people, but it brings out worse than them.
It brings out name-calling, screaming. They become people they never recognized.
Right.
They themselves didn't recognize.
Don't recognize
they themselves don't recognize. Wow. And all of this, my message to these women, if you're having these symptoms, you are absolutely normal. You are absolutely normal. The symptoms of this very often look very similar to survivors of rape. Wow. Survivors of rape, yeah.
You react, and then you come out to the public. You come out, you come outside, and they look at you that you're the crazy one.
You're the crazy one.
Yeah.
And you are right now.
Yeah.
But because you're, like you said, someone's holding a fire, someone's burning you as you speak, and they're quiet, and they're meek, and they're crying. A message to therapists and Rabbanim: stop confusing crying and self-pity for compassion, empathy, and remorse.
Correct.
Self-pity and tears are not remorse for the pain you caused. There's a lot of it is self-pity. Wow. If the person is crying and they're saying, I feel so bad for hurting my spouse and this is what I'm going to do for them, good, great. If a person is crying, don't misinterpret that. Right. Don't misinterpret it. Don't take it to what it would have mean if it was you crying. You don't relate when you're a Rav or a therapist or whatever. You're kind of seeing in the person, you see them as another human, right? They're another person. You be aware of how much you're projecting onto them of if this were me. No, if this were you crying, yeah, you might be feeling the remorse. This person is an addict. They're a different story. Yeah. Don't confuse their tears for empathy or remorse.
And ultimately, it's the action. I'm sorry's and crying and talking is all nonsense.
Yes.
We want to see action.
You need to see a serious commitment to sobriety. Right. Very serious, and not just in talking.
Right.
So some people, addicts, and it's very sad for them because we all know how hard it is to change.
Yeah.
So for an addict who's generally a more helpless type, a more powerless type, a little bit not so good at getting things done, to be told, no, you have to make recovery your number one priority. It is hard. It is daunting. Sure. And I'm not saying it's not.
Sure.
But for the wife, what she needs to see is active pursuit of recovery. So many wives take it on. I'm going to find him a therapist. I'm going to find him the groups. And I'm going to find him this.
They become the fixer.
They become the fixer. And then in Essanon, and this is a good thing about Essanon. In Essanon, they say, you can't control it. You can't cure it. You didn't control it. You can't control it. But and in a way, that's a really good message because it's like, okay, it takes away the responsibility.
You start working on yourself.
But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but right now I can't live in my reality, so I am going to try and find him a therapist. I can't live with this. Right. Again, that's why there's so much sensitivity and nuance needed. So what you want to see is a real action-oriented, dedication and commitment to recovery. Right. And then one thing that's very important for women and the addicts to know is that sobriety doesn't equal relational repair. Sobriety will not repair your relationship.
That is like step 2, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
First, you have to become sober.
Yeah, sobriety. Yeah. Sobriety is step 1.
Then we need to work on the relationship now. What? To gain back trust?
To gain back trust, to as much as you can.
As much as you can, which is very hard.
It's very hard. And any amount of invalidation will set you back to day 1 when she found out you cheated.
Correct.
Back to day 1. You could have been sober for a year.
Yeah.
and you tell her she's overreacting to something, she's back to day one.
Back steps. Let me ask you a question. In your opinion, do you think that
And what if she is overreacting? Can man sagen that she's overreacting? Or
it is a possibility to recover from sex addiction?
For the men to
Yes.
recover, absolutely.
They can
I absolutely believe in it. And what I find, another message that I wish I would give, in the longer term, I really want to start a group. I don't know if I would run it. I don't know how appropriate that would be, but a group for men who are trying to repair their relationship also, because I think that
is that a relationship expert
needs
as
its own
well?
guidance.
talking about step 2.
I'm talking about step 2. When it comes to recovery, one of the things that I find frustrating is that right now, what we do when a person says he's a sex addict and he's looking for help, we send him to SA or SAA and to a CSAT, a certified sex addiction therapist.
Correct.
Okay. I struggle with general basic functioning things. I find life hard. I find it hard to do laundry and hard to do dishes and annoying to clean my house, right?
Yeah.
I've been working on
Jag förstår sen det eerste man. Much better.
that in therapy.
De zaak was it after is this
That itself, such a small problem, hard enough to change
Right.
from going once a week to
Right.
therapy. An addict has to change so much deeper than that. Like, they have to change their core, the core of who they are. It is such hard work. And what's so sad is that sometimes you have an addict who really wants to change, and he's going to his meetings, and he's going to his therapy, and he keeps acting out. And what the message to an addict at that point is, you're broken. You're doing all the things that people who get better do, and you're broken. And it's just not true. For so many people, that's not enough. And I wish we would normalize rehab. Go to rehab.
Wow.
Go to rehab. Don't treat this as if you have something a little bit inconvenient and you're trying to work around it. Treat it
Good luck, huh?
Treat it like you have
Talk about taking a 4-pound dynamite into a nuclear
cancer because you
explosion.
do.
Wow.
If someone had cancer, they would go to the hospital for 2 months if they knew it could make them. If it knew it had a 80% chance of making them better, they would go to the hospital for 2 months. This cancer will affect you and the people around you for the rest of your life if you don't deal with it. And if you do go to rehab, it's not just going to help you be sober. You're going to feel like a new person. You're going to feel strong.
Ik voel alsof hier jetzige man just when sie walked around the house, got around the fetal position by the corner and be like, okay, honey, just let me know when I can breathe.
You're going to feel okay again. You're going to feel hope. You're going to feel like you can do things you never thought you can do before.
Right.
You're going to create connections that you never thought you could have. And I know I'm speaking Chinese to anyone who's in this situation and they just found out and their life is falling apart.
Right.
Rehab does magic.
Wow.
Magic. I really wish we would stop treating this as something that needs a once-a-week therapy and just SA meetings. And for people who that does work, great.
Right.
Awesome.
Right.
But for people who it doesn't work, it is not because you're broken. It's because you're dealing with, most addicts are dealing with severe trauma, a lot of trauma, and it needs help from the inside out, and we need to go deep and you need to dig deep, and rehab really helps.
Wow.
And you'll come out of there feeling so much better.
You will find yourself again.
Yeah.
And you can start fresh.
Yeah.
And then you can start building step 2, which is building
repair.
trust back, the repair of the relationship.
The repair of the
Let
relationship.
me ask you something as far as what is the red flags or the symptoms if, let's say, a person is doubting, if he's a sex addict or not.
For a person himself?
Yeah. No.
A
Spouse.
spouse?
Yeah.
So before I go to that, I want to just go say about the rehab thing,
Yeah.
because I want to say one more
Sure.
piece. Rehab is very expensive. First of all, sometimes you could get insurance coverage, right? So get in touch with advocacy companies for insurance and see if you can get insurance coverage. But it might be a project where you have to go and collect money, and you have to go speak to the rep of your shul, and you have to go get a GoFundMe. You have to put up a whole sob story. You're going to have to go to your rich relative and tell him what you've been up to, and it's more to
A rich relative.
but it's so worth it. I have not met anyone, and I know a lot of people who went to rehab and who embarrassed themselves by begging people for money, and I haven't met one person who went to rehab and regretted it.
Wow.
They come out feeling like they never experienced life like they are now for the first time.
Right.
So it might be a project of, you can't say, oh, I'm going to try rehab, I'm going to call, oh, it's expensive, never mind. No, this is a project, but you have cancer.
So you're saying there is light by the end of the tunnel. You give
Absolutely.
them a lot of hope.
1,000%.
Wow.
The relationship is its own question.
Right. But a person needs to help themselves.
A person needs to help themselves.
Yeah.
Now back to what you just asked,
Yeah.
red
As
flags.
far as what should a spouse look for? What is red flags? That
Sie zit door via een man. Sie get the man vibes.
if she has doubts.
if she's wondering.
Yes.
I would first say that unless there's any previous
Deze was a sound, sadly. That's what it sounds.
real trauma that's connected to this, like let's say right now I was doubting if my
Right.
husband
Right.
was a sex addict, I would
How do you, I mean, wie komt una af? Laat maar hin, wo sie zo.
say that's coming from my trauma,
Correct.
right? But a person who doesn't have trauma
Right.
in this area,
Right.
if you're wondering about this, if this is something that's on your mind, then something's going on.
Right.
I can't say your husband's an addict. Maybe nothing's going on. Chances are you're feeling something, so something is going on. I would highly recommend.
Nothing is going on. But if you feel something, you feel something, must be something is going on.
Getting a therapist, actually, yes, going to a sex addiction therapist in this situation, not betrayal trauma yet. You want someone who specializes in sex addiction and talk to them about your concerns, talk to them about what you're feeling, talk to them about the little symptoms, the little signs,
Yeah, she gives off manly aggression.
the unsureties, and they'll
Like-
help
Like, we haben Gast Shabbos beim Tisch, sie redt.
you. They'll help you, A, figure out what you're feeling and why, and B, if there's confrontation that you're going to have to
Whoa, Brooklyn, once a month is too much, Brooklyn. Too much.
do to your husband that you're not currently strong enough, they'll help you with that as well.
Yeah. So that you're saying trust.
Sie sind Professionals, ihr geleint 2-3 Books.
Your gut is what you're saying.
100%. Trust your gut. Don't come to conclusions.
Yeah, but ich verstehe nicht. What gives the sign? Trust your gut? Trust your feeling? One day I woke up, I was stretching in bed. I had a feeling it was Thursday. I kick off my phone. It was Tuesday. But I had a feeling, still freaking Tuesday.
It's based on your gut. But if your gut is saying something's off, I have to check this direction, check that direction. When I went and I found out that what I was dealing with was addiction, that was my gut.
For 1 minute, for ein Satz sagt sie, oh, it was like slight things, and I thought I have to follow my gut. In the other hand, she's saying, he was abusive, and had gebeten, ich soll swingen von der Dächer, and, umfüllen alle Löcher, if you get what I'm saying. So I don't know which side she's coming from.
Right.
I saw Rabbi Twersky book, and I said, interesting.
Something clicked.
Yeah, something clicked. So if something feels off, trust your gut.
MCD has gar kein issue, als sie kommt sagen ihre Experience in sie redt. But she's saying, she's taking a thing. It's like saying, eine kommt darauf und geht reden von car accidents. Oh, car crashes and wasn't pictures how people are mangled and buses mangled and 15 kids in a 15-passenger van and the ganze Sache noch a show. And then you're like, oh, and how was your accident? And was there a peachy scratch of the bumper that you're not even sure this is my accident. What are you doing? You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Ich nehme mich von ihr gut nicht weg, but we need to know more about her to see if she has a leg to stand on.
Enough to go and seek help in that direction. And if you're seeking help and the person tells you you're imagining things, seek help from someone else.
Correct.
Let's stop looking at therapists as God.
Yeah.
And I'm a big therapy advocate. I go to therapy 15,000 times a week.
But it has to happen.
Yeah.
She's going 15,000 times a week. The therapists are going also to therapy, huh?
Exactly. I don't go to therapy that much. But yeah.
What?
I go to therapy 15,000 times a week.
But it has to have a
yeah,
balance.
Exactly. I don't go to therapy that much. But yeah, don't look towards authorities to be the last word.
Right.
Trust yourself. That's something that I learned over time.
Let me.
Penny hat nicht gesagt anything crazy. Penny hat nicht gesagt anything, wie heißt das? If somebody says, oh, I was in a car crash, and ich sehe pictures from the car crash, and it's tremendous, and wow, okay, I can see where you're going with this. If you were just in a fender bender, and you were thinking close to a fender bender, then you're not, kannst dich reden. And I'm not taking away that she didn't have pain. But in 1 second she says, no, I just had a gut feeling. And the other one is, he was cheating. Gegangen zu Friends, in the Friends gesucht, darf ja gehen zu der Store, weil sie gesucht, nein. That's already nothing to do with sex addict. Let's just take the story from the husband. Let's say, geht sie a store and hat a crush of a Mädel. Okay. Nothing to do with sex addict. Lass mal just reden a regular couple. And then he comes home and he tells his wife, ich hab a crush in der store. And sie sagt, I don't want you to go back to that store. Ich weiß schon, die sucht es verdammt Wab. And ich weiß nicht, wieso. But let's just say, this is how it goes. In geht suchen für seine Friends. In seine Friends gehen ihm suchen, also suchen für seinen Wab. Geht ja gehen zu der store, weil die Kesper ist kontrollen. That's a whole marriage that doesn't belong or low IQ in the ganze marriage. Besides for the sex addict thing.
Ask you an interesting question. I heard you on one of your talks or interviews that you gave that you were saying, and that's why I want to get into the sex addict's mind. You were saying, I was everything to him that he didn't want.
Yeah.
So as far as a sex addict, and I want to understand how they think, do they have certain particular desires and certain particular needs that they're running after?
Right.
And you become the one that is
disappointed them.
You disappoint them, or you were saying they will do it, they want it for the wife too, and they don't have. They're hungry. They don't have enough. This is something in the head that an average person doesn't understand. So,
yeah.
So where's the difference between why are you becoming the monster all of a sudden in the house?
Right. So what an addict is looking for is escape. These addicts.
Correct.
Let's talk about an 11-year-old boy who is miserable at home. His mother is horrible to him. She screams at him all the time. She's never happy with him.
Right.
All he does is try to please her. He is a good boy. He's nice to his siblings. He's nice to his friends. And he's neglected. And for the first time in his life, he experiences a physical, sexual sensation that feels good to him. And it's something that he realizes he can turn to when he's stressed, when he's hurting. He can turn to that. And that can give him those few minutes of feeling okay, of escape.
Right.
And this boy grows up and it becomes more and more of an attraction. And, once he's 12, 13, 14, he starts feeling that around girls and around women. So this one thing that gives him a sense of okayness is sexual pleasure, and then it
Okay.
starts being from women, right? So now it's like, oh wow, women are the key to my okayness, to my feeling okay. All right, so then
well, women are the key to my happiness.
either they're acting out with women, or they're just watching things, or they're
Okay.
even just imagining. Let's say they're not even watching
Okay.
anything. They're at this point, what women
So far voelt men er op de rood.
are to them, because they're in so much pain and they're so desperate for feeling okay. Women are the answer. Okay, so that's at this point. So I'm gonna get married, and I'm gonna be okay because I'm gonna have sex.
Correct.
I'm gonna have a girl, and they get married, and they have a wife now, and they have sex, and it didn't do it. Why am I not feeling better?
They still didn't fill the void.
It doesn't fill the void.
Yeah, but I think, and ich chasana gaat bij de dratzen. So I think, when had chasana and he doesn't feel the void, they're going to therapy.
What they don't realize is that void that they keep filling with
Wait. But the dratzen 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, sex was the place. Now after having sex, not a place?
sexual pleasure, that sexual pleasure is an escape from their reality. It's a fantasy. It's going into fantasy world.
Right.
Your wife is the opposite of escape from reality. Your wife is in your face.
Correct.
She is your mirror. She's a wall. She's an entire room of mirrors.
It is reality.
It's the most reality
The
as
most
could be.
reality I can get.
Yeah. So that's not an escape. Any addict, an alcoholic, a drug addict, a sex addict, what they're looking for is escape from their reality, right? So if their wife, that same wife of theirs, was some affair partner, that would be an escape.
That would be fine.
Yeah, that would be different. It's an escape from your life.
Gotcha.
Your wife is not an escape from your life.
Gemaakt jeder man will gaan schlafen mit jedem einen, weil is een man. I don't understand.
That's first of all. Second of all,
In de hose is nicht in order, in die beschmutzig, weil dit is toch nur van den drosendige friends. Why should he find you attractive?
at the point where your wife has a problem with this, where even before she knows, she doesn't even know you're doing this, you're feeling guilty.
Of
And then you
what?
have to start justifying it in your head. And then you're telling yourself all the things that are wrong with her. And so it's what's wrong with her as a wife. It's what's wrong with her physically and sexually and how she looks. And you're building a
Well, die kijkt ons wie potato, wel die frest, in alles is schmutzig, yeah.
story. You have to justify it in your head. So there's a story being built. And I'm not saying this is for everyone, but there's a story being built around who the wife is and what she is and what she isn't. And so for the first reason, she's just the biggest disappointment because you were going to be the sexual outlet that did it.
Right.
So obviously something's wrong with you.
Yeah.
I married you. You were going to be the answer. You're not the answer. Something's wrong with you. Dress better. Look better. Get skinnier.
Oh, get skinnier. I can see.
Do more exercise. Look like this person. Get a different kind of makeup. Right?
Yeah.
Like, we have to fix you. And on the other side.
Okay, so this is definitely wrong. Sie changen the verb. Suchen the verb. Die misan, also, this is schon problems. But sie haben mich gassen in the bedroom. Meint nicht, will zweiten.
Of it is, like I said, there's the block. And then especially, let's say, when she does find out and she's angry at him, how is he supposed to hold that? He has to turn it back to her.
Right.
He hates her. So many of these men hate their wives.
She becomes the enemy.
She becomes the enemy. Literally.
Right.
That's what it felt like in my relationship. I was the enemy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the reason. It makes a lot of sense. Now I understand it. How do you see
Is het voor die gezocht als er geen best friend?
yourself as a victim or a survivor?
Oh,
I find that I don't love either of those words. To me, survivor sounds like victim also. I'm sorry, and I know people like it.
No, I hear it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I
she's a graduate. She's a graduate.
feel that I am someone who went through something. I was harmed, I was damaged, and I hope to turn it into helping people. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to help people.
Wow, it's beautiful.
That's all I
It's
see.
beautiful stuff. Well, let
Yeah.
me ask you, where does forgiveness come into this?
I can do a whole podcast on forgiveness.
Yeah.
Define your question. Sharpen your question.
Because of healing, you're forgiving yourself, you're forgiving the person in order for you to move on. How
Yeah.
does forgiveness sit with you?
I know everyone's very big on forgiveness.
Right.
I'm not.
I gotcha.
Sie ist gut. Sie nicht mit keinem. Wo sie jeder sucht, ist sie pink verkehrt.
Just don't see. I don't.
I love the honesty.
I don't prioritize forgiveness. I don't know what forgiveness is or what it isn't. Does forgiveness mean it's okay?
Aber sie kann machen einen ganzen Podcast darauf.
People say no, you don't forgive. It doesn't mean it's okay, but you still forgive. I don't know what forgiveness means. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know.
It's confusing.
Sie kann machen einen Podcast auf Forgiveness. Sie weiß nicht, was Forgiveness ist, but she doesn't want to do it.
It's confusing. I've never heard it defined well enough.
Wie hab's gesagt? 3 Sachen auf eine Sache auf Forgiveness.
I don't know what forgiveness means. When I was dealing with this back then,
So how
and I called
can you make a podcast on it?
my brother on a desperate Erev Rosh Hashanah when I was in this relationship, and I was like, I don't know what mechila means, and I can't say I'm Michael this person.
Right.
My brother said mechila means. My brother's he's a Talmid Chacham, so he said what mechila means, at least based on this one person, is that you don't want any harm to come to them because of what they did to you. And I said that level I could say right now, and that's all I need to know, and that's all I care about. So forgiveness, when it comes to forgiving yourself, there were red flags in the beginning when I met this person. There were things that were red flags that I ignored, and I was young. I don't know. I didn't struggle so much at the time, of course. course it was. When you're still in it, you can't. It's really hard to forgive yourself. When you're still in it, there's self-blame, there's him blame. It's you, it's them. It's everything's a mess. But it's when I came out of it, I was very easy to forgive myself.
So what did you use then when you forgave yourself? Leave it.
When it comes to forgiving him, I mean, I don't. Again, first of all, he never asked for my forgiveness, which is just a testament to sobriety doesn't equal relational repair. I'm quite shocked. I was never asked
So is am Michiganer gewesen.
for forgiveness. Maybe back then, like right before we were separating or whatever, like he was, oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember. But there was never a legitimate apology. Like there was never anything close to what I would have done. So I don't prioritize forgiveness. I prioritize healing. Try to heal as much as you can.
What was the turning point?
Brooklyn, when she's when she does less of the talking, more of the walking, she what's going fine, huh?
You decided that that's it. Enough is enough.
It's over?
Leaving.
Oh.
So actually, I
whole story, whole
it's a
podcast
wild
on
story. I mean, thing after it was a progression. That's for sure. The last straw, my story of the last straw, was very much a story of the last straw. It wasn't a big thing. It was a very small thing. But things were happening where
usually the last straw is a pizzi zach.
I wasn't okay. I was self-harming in that relationship.
Wow.
I've never self-harmed before that. I was cutting myself. I never cut before and I never cut after. Didn't give me the satisfaction that they talk about. So that's probably a good thing. Although then it was annoying.
Ze had cut as an adult.
Due to that, I mean, if you
Cutting?
never,
I heard of it.
and you just decided that you're just gonna.
I was not okay.
Wow,
When I tell you I wasn't okay, I wasn't a normal person. I could have been sitting in front of you. I was in a different realm.
it's unbelievable.
I was in a different realm.
Unbelievable. What a journey you came from.
Yeah, I was self.
MCTS. The problem is mit ihr, du, that she hasn't presented Sachen, also wie sie sagt, sie kann nicht definen forgiveness, but sie wartet für Forgiveness, all that. She's saying so much about it. In jeder eine sagt, okay, wo ist dann Baseline? Wo ist dann Baseline? Wenn sie soll sagen, als gewollt, als ich soll, ich kann davon nicht aufkommen mit Shit, but and that was unacceptable. In ungerissene Beine, oh, okay, I understand. You see, but sie sagt stam.
Farming, yeah. I was laying on the porch tanning for hours a day, thinking maybe this will do it. Maybe if I'm tanner, it will be better. I changed my entire wardrobe. Like I said, full face makeup.
So sie hat gewollt, sie soll tannen? Gewollt? Ich will hören von ihr, he wanted me to tan, so I tanned. Sie hat getannt?
Trying to change everything about myself. I was being told subtly. I had subtle comments made on how I was eating. Mind you, back then I was about 30 pounds less than I am now. And I was
still fat.
Commented on my food.
I'm kidding.
These things were happening. And honestly, at some point I said to my sister, who has really, she's the one who helped me out of it. I said to my sister, I gave her an example of something that was commented to me about what I was eating. And I said, like, what do you think of? Because she's a therapist. I said, what do you think of? You know, a friend of mine, I said.
And her sister is a therapist?
And she's like, what? That's crazy. And I don't know if she said, is that you or not? Yeah. But her reaction made me realize, like, oh, wow, it really is bad.
Wo ist die Sache?
I actually
Zoek de Sache.
Brought my sister with me to the SNON meetings. At this point, I told my sister, this is towards the end, and I told my sister, come with me to the SNON meetings. It's such an amazing place. And she's the one who walked out of there, and she's like, what in the world is going on in these meetings?
Wow.
And I was like, boom, like, she just needed to say one sentence for it all to, like, click for me. Like, I'm living...
Mastermind, was meint zu sagen ist, dass nicht du kann, sie redt fin a Sache.
In a world of craziness, denial, and normalizing
failed.
horrible things. Yeah. So that was the beginning of me like, okay, I probably got to leave. And then...
He made her feel unwanted. So, gewollt Sachen. Diese Sachen, wo sie hat getan, wo gewollt, oder sie hat auch gemacht, wo will, so sie hat es getan.
It was like slowly things happened. And then there was like one story, which was like the last straw, which I could say it. It's very insignificant. To me, it's significant.
Yeah.
I like I said, I felt subhuman.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard this in the video I sent you, but that basically I was walking down the street one day and these girls, seminary girls who were very close to me in age, they mistook me for someone else. So like they called down the street like Shira, and I looked and they realized it wasn't me. And they like giggled and ran away like, oh, that's awkward. We called someone who wasn't them. And in that moment, I was shocked that they could confuse me with a seminary girl because I thought I'm like this subhuman, ugly, horrible thing. And
right.
So that went out. I the next time I saw him, I told him that this happened, and he didn't react. And I was like, this was one of my moments where I was like, this is one of my moments.
Sie hat eine Schwester, a therapist, and she doesn't know these things?
I realized he doesn't really care about me.
Right.
If someone told me that that's what I had caused them, that they couldn't comprehend being confused for another man because I made them feel subhuman and like they can't possibly be mistook for someone else because they're for sure hotter and he's ugly, I would spend my life fixing it. I would feel terrible.
Yeah.
I got no reaction from it. That was like a big moment for me. and there was a constant me trying to please and look better and be better and all that stuff. And I lost my ability to buy clothes. I would go into a store and I would freeze in panic. Because maybe I'm going to buy something and he's not going to like it again. And again, I'm going to feel like kind of laughed at.
Van was redt man nicht dagegen. Van was fragst nicht, welche Kleider was du gewollt so gehen? I'm not saying I'm da verstehen in deze the days, but die machst du frag him, was will.
And stupid and like, oh, you're so cute for trying to be a pretty girl.
Oh my God.
So I would walk into stores and I would really freeze up, and I lost my taste completely. I only got it back a little bit ago after I got married. This time I got it back. I still have my people because I'm not Mrs. Style, but I don't freeze when I go into a store.
What was that?
This time I got it back. I still have my people because I'm not Mrs. Style, but I don't freeze when I go into a store anymore. But back then I would, and it was there was some sale going on in our neighborhood of like, a good brand or whatever. And I told him, I said, I want to go, but I'm so scared. This is the confusion in our relationship. I was having these conversations with him. I said, I'm scared of the reaction I'm going to get from you. No, go. Whatever. Okay. I went. And then when I got back, I said, I'm scared to show you. I'm scared of the reaction. And he's like, no, show me. I'm telling you, your clothing doesn't matter to me. Like, it's fine to show me. So it was in the same sentence. Your clothing doesn't matter to me, whatever, as long as you're happy with it, but also show me, first of all. It wasn't a loving show me. It was let me see what you bought in the guise of loving. So I did, and I tried it on, and he knew that I was very makbid on my knees being covered. Mm-hmm. So whenever I had like a dress, if it was a drop short and I would always have to pull it down, it wouldn't be comfortable for me.
Kauf nicht kurze Kleider, die Pots.
That was always annoying to me. So I tried it on.
Das hat gut nicht mit dir. Ich sag mal, man geht mit cute dresses und man wascht die ganze Zeit. Just geh mit länger.
And I sat down on the couch and I pulled it down, like a drop over my knee, and he's like, oh, is it too short? Is it like too short? You're not gonna be comfortable. It's gonna be annoying for you. I looked at him and I said, I need you to be 1,000,000% honest with me right now. I said, are you saying that for my comfort, or do you not like this dress and you really want me to return it because it doesn't look good enough for you? So you found an excuse and what to put it on. Right. And he admitted to it, and that was it. And I said, I'm out.
Basically, what I'm hearing from you is that for your mental health, for your self-preservation, you decided that this is toxic for you, and you made the decision to walk away.
I was dying. That entire relationship. Dying inside.
It's not about the dress.
It's not about the dress.
It's about your mental health.
It was this last symptom. It was like, I literally today, we had 2 conversations today alone about how I'm anxious to go shopping because I'm scared of how you're going to respond, how hurt I am. I got back from the shopping. I told you, I don't want to show you because I'm scared of your reaction. And it's not that you told me that. It's that everything I feel
so you're abusive.
Pales for you when it's relative to what you want me to look like.
Sie mischt zusammen Sach departments auf einmal. And I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying,
and to you, what's so much more important to you than any insecurities I'm having, fears I'm having, traumas I'm having from what you've done, I don't want to live with someone
who makes you feel less than.
Who makes me feel like all I am worth is how I look.
You're an object.
An object.
Unbelievable. I have one final question for you.
Yeah.
Who is your role model?
Who's my role model? Wow. I don't know if I have a role model. Should I get one?
It's fine. Not everyone has a role model.
Sie geleint da so viel Books, sie hat nicht kein Role model?
I don't know that I have a role model. I would say that the person who I look up to and gain the most from in my life is my husband.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow.
He has been there for me, and he's shown me what it's like to be a real human and take real accountability and be a good person and get your hands dirty when it's really dirty and be...
Sie sei geht, dass sie ist weggegangen. And nobody should be in pain like that.
A person with real integrity, real honesty, face real questions with honesty, don't take garbage answers. He's taught me he's helped me step into myself.
Wow.
So
nice. This is
I would say
the guns get for the new husband.
And give you a gift.
I can't even it's a literal miracle. And people who meet him, anyone who meets him, like and gets to know him a little, they're like, I've never met anyone like him.
Wow.
My mother's obsessed with him. My father's obsessed with him. My father doesn't like anyone. My father loves him. He loves him. He's really a gem.
Where you came from.
Yeah.
What you went through.
Yeah.
You are an example of there is light by the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely.
Because what you just described here, and you came to a place where you can stand up and talk about it, become an advocate for this, and to say that you found your bashet, and the relationship works, Baruch Hashem, and it's a tremendous chizik. It's a tremendous chizik to see.
1,000,000%.
So I want to tell you what we heard today is a story of emotional agony. You stared right into it, into lies, into isolation.
Das meint das ungeschrieben Vater.
And still found the courage to rise. And that is beautiful, and that is a tremendous chizik. And all I can say is thank you for standing up.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Thank you.
So, okay, das done. Ja, ich will nicht wegmachen, gut nicht, was gesagt. Abuse is terrible. Sie ist du also sagt, wie Sana Sex Addict. Sie ist du abusive. Menschen wohnen allein mit Pain. Man darf gehen zu Therapy. Man darf gehen zu, all these things. Ich mach nicht weg. The theme du, ich bin, als ich gerät, so ich sag davon, und so bolden, Is hat nicht she didn't let us know von wie sie fangt an. Wus riefst die Abuse? Morgen hat eine Frau aufstehen und sagen, als sie Mann abused die mit gewohrt werden, als gunisch, whatever. Ich will nicht sagen graphic, but ich wollte etwas different. So, yeah. So, interesting. All right. There's the end from the review. It was heavy. It was, again, man darf herauskommen. Ich mag ihn nicht. Mehr Menschen darf man herauskommen. Heraufbringen Pain. Man darf ganze Therapy. Man darf vergeben. Man darf arbeiten auf sich. You know, all the good stuff. All right, Chevra. Sie kommen der Zeit, man darf sich segnen. Darf sagen goodbye. Kein nicht easy. No matter how many times I try. Give my score for alle likers, shares, commenters, subscribers, and members. We'll give my score for Pinny G. And give my super chat. I really do appreciate it. This is what keeps the channel going. Housekeeping. I should be available tonight for a review, for a live. About tomorrow, I'm not sure who's when we. I'm still waiting for confirmation. Wie viel ich fangen a gig, so we'll see that. All right, Chevra. It has been a pleasure. Thank you all for being here. And like I said,